Make sure you tell me.
What's going on there? I'm not standing up. Hello. Hello. Ahoy. All right, I think they can hear me. I don't know if they can see us. We need to do something about that. The camera has frozen. You're reading. And I'm standing up. But I'm actually not. Let's see. If I reactivate the camera. There we go. Ahoy! Wasted Water Sports, how are we? I probably should jump on the phone, actually check and make sure that that is actually working. Can we all hear? That was really weird. A frozen start. We'll make sure this is even up and running. Sharks, Cowboys. Oh, yep. There we go. I can hear myself. Welcome along. All right, who have we got there? We've got Neil Clarkson. We've got the Real Dark Star. We've got Lucas Uploading 576. We've got Lucas Uploads, which I think is the same guy, just a different account. And the Dolphins up there saying go Newcastle. That's always an interesting one. How's everybody doing there? We've got the old Panther joining us again.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And let's see. I'm trying to find my main screen. There we go. I'll just press that button. All right. Well, that was weird. We were frozen to begin with. A little bit of an unusual start. You were having a read of your notes there in the freeze frame. So, yeah, give us an ahoy again there, old Panther. I'll just make sure your microphone's...
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Another big weekend. I had a wet night at Suncorp last night.
That's right. Do you want to share your experience from up there?
Very close to aeroplanes, I reckon. When you get up to that second row from the back, it was fortunately it was undercover. It's a huge place, that Suncorp. I much prefer Seabus Stadium myself.
Right.
You can get closer to the action. And
what about QE2? We were discussing that last night. QE2 Stadium, was it? When the Broncos moved there temporarily?
That was fairly ordinary, wasn't it, as well? Yeah, because of the circular shape. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, that would, you'd be closer to the action at QE2, wouldn't you? Because it's not as big a stadium, but...
Oh, possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
D-Funk, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Couple of good games today. Bulldogs Knights. We were just talking about that quickly before we went on the air, suggesting that the Bulldogs probably should be favourites. As a matter of fact, I'm keen to see what the most recent odds are in that game, because the way that the Knights have been going compared to the way the Bulldogs have been going, I would have thought Bulldogs at home... Okay, it's evened up. It's $1.92 for the Bulldogs, $1.88 for the Knights, so it's evening up. But I've got the Bulldogs just ahead in that one, personally.
Not that I'm anything to go by, but I've gone for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, well, I'm currently sitting on top of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. I feel like I should announce that.
Yeah, well, it'll beat class any day. Yeah.
Are you suggesting more arse than class?
Pretty much. Especially this season. Seems to get harder to pick a winner.
I don't know. In defence of myself, I did win the very first, the inaugural Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. You then won the second one, but I was hot on your heels. I was not far behind. I made a late run for it. And I'm now currently 7 rounds in on top. I'd say there's a little bit of class involved to be like the Melbourne Storm and the current Penrith Panthers consistently up there.
See what pans out.
Right, so speaking of the Panthers and going well in recent years, the eyes of the Panther. Oh, hang on, I'll make sure that I don't blast everybody's eardrums out like I normally do. This does get us copyrighted, but I fix it up in post-production. It's good to have for the... Your Penrith Panthers.
Yep.
It turned out to be a little bit of a banana peel game last season against the Tigers in the torrential downpour at Bathurst.
Well, last season it was two-time wooden spooners against two-time premiers, and the Tigers did them. And
Not this year, though, although there were some shaky moments at the start.
Well, I thought the Tigers, it was a lot of the time it was that last pass, wasn't it? Let them down, and just the execution at the end. But Penrith's defence, I think, won them that game.
Well, speaking of defence, I was going to say this is the eye of the panther, so it's typically Penrith Panthers stuff that we get your opinion on. But what is your opinion on the Tigers? Now, I've been saying for a Benji Marshall coached team, I would have to say that the Tigers' real strength has been defensively, which surprises me. For a Benji Marshall coached team, I would have thought it was all caution to the wind, almost like catch-up footy right from the word go, for lack of a better term. Helter-skelter.
Yeah, well, you saw glimpses of that, didn't you? Yeah, yesterday.
But what I'm saying is their defence has been really good. I mean, it's hard to gauge against Penrith because Penrith are going to eventually break every defensive structure apart given enough time. What are you doing, eh?
And I think a lot of that was to do with the fact that the Tigers did lapse in their execution towards the end of their sets and earlier in parts.
Yep. Giving the ball back in
But
quality field position.
Penrith's defence is fantastic. I mean, they can even ankle tap blokes that haven't got the ball and,
that was a
and
good
get
one.
away with it temporarily.
Very temporarily, yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. But I understood the mentality of it. He wasn't trying to make a foul, make an illegal play. It was just, I'm going to get in quick here because that ball's coming back on the inside. You could see the play panning out. He just got the timing a little bit wrong.
A lot wrong.
Yeah, poor old Brad Schneider. So, anyway, Panthers ended up running away with it in the end, somewhat like we expected. But the Tigers, yeah, they're on the improve.
Now, can I toss something in here?
Yeah, sure.
I'm interested in what the chat room's got to say about Taruva, because I think his market value went down early on in the game because a couple of times there he got caught right out of position and left his opposing winger unmarked. Then, of course, his market value probably went back up a little bit when he scored 2 tries. But you'd have to wonder about the defence.
Well, that actually raises an interesting point because I noticed that it wasn't just Taruva, it was on To'o's edge as well. Yeah, To'o was caught jamming in a couple of times.
He's been doing it a bit lately.
They didn't necessarily lead to tries down his edge, but one did. One very specifically did, but it certainly allowed the Tigers some space on the edges. And since it was on both wings, I wondered if it was just tactically. Was this a tactic against the Tigers' attack? Because it just seemed weird. I know To'o's been prone to do that in the past as well. It must be just one of those things. It must be so hard to resist that urge to, because you see so many of them do it, and you watch the game, and it's easy to sit in your armchair and go, well, what's he thinking? What's he doing? But in the heat of that moment, it must just be so hard to resist that urge to jam in.
Absolutely.
Also,
can I ask, is a part of it a lack of confidence on the inside men now that Crichton's not there?
Yep. Somebody in the chat room starting to think it might have been you under a new name in disguise. They said that exact thing. Not today.
Oh,
during the game live yesterday, somebody actually mentioned that are they missing Crichton in defence? So if they were, I think that they can put that fear to rest after Alamotti's performance.
yeah.
Interesting, Paul Alamotti. I'm pretty sure that he came from the Bulldogs.
Yes.
So it was good to get one back because so many have gone the other way.
Yeah.
But when I first heard the news, I knew that it would be a toss-up. It was going to be Taylor May or it was going to be Alamotti playing centres regularly in first grade. But we were discussing, not you and I, but we, the Wasted World of Sports, we were discussing having not just the tipping contest this year, but also doing the Super Coach. And I actually had Alamotti flagged pretty early on as a potential for my bench because I was unsure of the amount of game time that he was going to get.
Yeah.
But he was, I thought he was one of the gun players for the Bulldogs. Can't really believe they let him go, but I guess they had to let somebody go. And a good pickup for the Panthers there. Neil Clarkson asks if Olam could have been the target. Russia. Well, Olam... I'm trying to think, was Olam on To'o's edge or Taruva's edge? Centres don't really have an edge anymore, do they? They sort of... Because it used to be... When we're kind of... This is not really meant to be the topic today of player positions, but maybe it could be one day, because didn't they very specifically used to set up, you would have your left wing and your left centre, your right wing and your right centre, and they would always keep to that edge of the field. Everyone more sort of roams around these days, don't they?
A lot, yeah. And even further past that, there used to be inside centre and outside centre.
A term that still exists in rugby union, by the way.
There you go.
And they stick to their channels. The inside centre is your inside centre is more your became more your ball playing, your second fly half, basically your second playmaker was your inside centre. We went away from that for a little while. Inside centres became the bash ballers, players like Ma'anono, who were just big bodies that would just crash through the defence. And then the guys outside them, your outside centre became more of the Ben Smith. Not Ben Smith, Conrad Smith. Too many Smiths in the All Blacks team. There was Conrad Smith, Ben Smith, Aaron Smith. Smiths are us. So
Neil in the chat room raised the point about Olam being the target. I think Brad Schneider definitely had him in his sights. Was him?
It was him who ankle tapped him. Yeah, that's for
you
sure.
might be right, Neil. Get him at all costs.
Yeah, rattle him. Don't give him a chance to play. Get those big legs pumping. Lots of support for Justin Olam in the chat room during the games. Jo from PNG, and then the PNG supporters, they always put the province in as well. Go Justin Olam or Jo, all the way from such and such province, PNG. I think it's great. Lots of support over there for the 18th team, maybe. Who knows?
It's possible. Yeah.
So, sorry.
It's possible.
Yeah.
PNG Hunters went pretty well in the Queensland Cup, didn't they?
They did. As I said to somebody else, though, as well, that was the Queensland Cup. NRL's a bit of a... Would be interesting to see, though. Certainly not against it, but the timing has to be right. Have they won? They've won the Queensland Cup, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's a good start. A mighty good start. All right, so it's not a huge topic this week, but questions have been raised over the past fortnight or so about coaches. And that can stem anything from the best coaches to the worst coaches, to coaches who have had the longest run, to coaches who've anything statistically about coaches. And the reason that it came up was people have been asking about coaches who may be under the pump in season 2024. Is the more narrow question that started this whole topic, and my answer to that, well, specifically, it was during the Titans Manly game, and I was asked the question: is Des under the pump? To which I said no. I very much doubt it. I think the only reason that Des would leave is if he decides to, because he's been brought in to rebuild, and as part of rebuilding, you have to accept that there's going to be a year or two of just that, poor results while you do the rebuild. Des needs to get the team that he wants, and obviously they've got a few injury concerns and whatnot at the moment as well, in fairness, the Titans. So, no, I don't think Des's job is under any threat. He's got the runs on the board as well previously. Not with the Titans, but just previously. I would say that more under the pump, Jason Demetriou, the Rabbitohs at the moment, that's pretty much, even if they were to go on a run, it's almost an untenable position at the moment, I think. He'll be shown the door at some point, or he'll walk out himself as well, fall on the sword. And the other coaches under threat this season would be old mate Bald Beavers, Brad Arthur, the Eels. If the Eels don't make the 8, I think this is the last we'll see of Brad Arthur. And the Knights coach, whoever that is. Because remember, he was gone last year, and then they went on that run that they haven't replicated thus far this season. So I think, taking into account that he was meant to be gone last year, but then they got gifted all those home games on Sunday afternoons in Newcastle and went on a run, I don't think that they'll have that again this... I've looked at the draw, I don't think they have it again this year. So since he was going to get fired last year, I can only assume that he will get fired this year. So,
well, I can't remember his name either.
I don't know.
So much impression he gave me.
Adam somebody, I think.
He and Brad Arthur, I believe, have both had extensions to their contract.
Yeah.
Not that contracts mean a lot these days.
I was going to say.
But it's not too early to think about coaches being sacked.
No, definitely not.
1947, I think it was, Manly's very first season in the competition, sacked their coach. Just let me check the timing of that. Oh yeah, it was only after 5 games. Yeah.
I'm assuming they lost all 5 of those games.
Well, no wins.
Yeah.
And it included a loss to St George, 61-11 in 1947. Yep. So.
And in 1947, that's an even bigger disparity in scoreline, because it wouldn't have been the scoring methods that we're used to today.
No, 3-point tries. Yep.
So that's an even bigger shellacking.
Yeah. So it's not too early to talk about coaches being sacked. That's for sure.
Well, those are my 3 that I reckon are under the pump. I don't think they'll all go, but yeah, I think certainly one way or the other, this will be Demetriou's last year.
Well, yeah, it seems like they've already got plans in place for that, doesn't it?
Yeah, Uncle Wayne next season as a fill-in. Again, say what you will about him. Maybe that's a good segue into just fantastic coaches, unless you had something else lined up.
Oh, if we're talking about coaches that got the sack.
Coaches that got the sack.
Anthony Seibold lasted 13 games with Brisbane in 2020.
Sorry, Defunk has just said 3-point tries and they got to 62. Yeah, I'd sack the coach as well.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, so Anthony Seibold at Brisbane, that was a nightmare relationship, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of your blokes, John Morris, he lasted 5 weeks with Cronulla.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one though, because like he was never meant to be he was a fill-in coach, essentially.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting stat, no less, but yeah, he was never meant to be the coach anyway. So that's yeah. the writing was on the wall going in with that one. All right, so I was going to move on to brilliant coaches. We were going to segue over to, because we're talking about Wayne Bennett, and a conversation about brilliant coaches, love him or hate him, has got to start with Wayne Bennett, doesn't it?
Well, he's the longest serving head coach.
Ever?
Well,
or in the NRL?
I think he is actually the longest serving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would make sense. I mean, he's been around since before the game even existed, it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably got there on Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
But the other thing I was thinking about the last time, that there was a captain coach, which that's a pretty difficult job.
Yes, the captain
coach and play, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I found a recent one, 2022, in Parramatta. David Kidwell was the assistant coach for Parramatta. He left to go to Argentine Rugby. So they had to replace the assistant coach, so they promoted the coach from the New South Wales Cup, and they had Jordan Rankin, used to play for the Gold Coast. There you go, he did. He played for the Gold Coast, and he was in the Parramatta New South Wales Cup side, so they appointed him captain coach. And that's the last, or the most recent time that I've come across that in anywhere near the top line competition. But that's quite an achievement to be captain coach.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least messages get out on the field quicker.
Absolutely. Mind you, with Brisbane it doesn't seem to matter, because Alfie Langer was out on the field before the ball even got kicked off last night. So
he's also, it's a little known fact, he's also the curator of Suncorp.
All right.
Yeah. So he was just making sure that.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. All the preparation was. Yeah. He's the. He would, if you sat down and asked Alfie, and I would love to sit down and have a chat to Alfie, because he seems like an absolute riot behind the scenes. But if you've ever seen those videos of Alfie after the State of Origin, like you would think that after a big State of Origin win in modern day, the players would be the ones out celebrating. But no, there's video footage. It was Alfie still out at the pub at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You know, one more beer, leading a chant of everybody so that they didn't have to leave the pub.
Yeah.
So, if you asked him, I dare say that he still wants to be playing, obviously, if he could. So he'd be putting his hand up for that for sure. Well, what about so captain coaches are pretty hard, but it's why I suppose having that dual role, I guess I've learnt to have more admiration for Cameron Smith, because captain coach is one thing, because you've only got to worry about your own team then and your own tactics, but to be a captain referee, all on field at once, it took a lot of effort. Did you actually see? Oh, I'm not sure if I sent you the clip or not, but on Cameron Smith's got this podcast / radio show on the SEN network, and he does a segment every week with Brandy Alexander, and it was a few weeks back now, so I've kind of forgotten verbatim what was said, but just in general, they were discussing one of the horrible referee calls, and Brandy actually says, and I'll absolutely love Brandy Alexander for this. He says, "Well, as a long-standing referee yourself, Cameron, what's your opinion on this?" And Cam had a good laugh about it. He was in good spirits about it all, and Vossi, who Vossi hosts, I guess, but plays the middleman, and he had a good laugh about it, and yeah, it was great. It was just great that somebody actually actually called him out on it in a joking way, of course. They're obviously mates behind the scenes because of all the work they do together now. But yeah, it was funny. Ellis Williams, ahoy mate! Kickoff is in approximately half an hour, 30 minutes. Malcolm says the knowledgeable old Panther, and a wave. Yeah.
Thank you, Malcolm. Only a little bit of research and some memories.
But the research is probably triggering more memories.
Yeah. Different things come up in different times. When you think about the greatest coach, in my opinion, for the times, would have to be Jack Gibson. And each year, Sydney City Roosters and Parramatta play for the Jack Gibson Shield or Cup, because he coached both of those sides to premierships. But he was a good player as well. He represented Australia, and then when he finished his playing career, he went into coaching, and he was the innovator of modern coaching methods. It was Jack Gibson who introduced the weights machines into the training regime. People might remember the Nautilus training equipment. Yeah? That was a big deal. I think they were the first of the big, what do they call it? The weights machines. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Jack Gibson was the first to use computer to analyse player performance. He was also the first to introduce the mascara under the eyes to reduce glare. Yeah. So he was an innovator in lots of ways. You know.
All this time, I thought it was just a fashion statement.
No, it had a reason.
Yeah. Well, I reckon. I don't know if this is documented anywhere, but I would dare say that he perhaps picked that up from the Major League Baseball
and the NFL. Apparently, he did a lot of study.
Yeah, right.
He did a lot of study in America. Yeah, so you're probably right. He probably
that was
it in both of them.
That was a very noticeable thing when I first started watching baseball. I was like, why are they all wearing makeup? But it's that the outfielders, especially the outfielders, those high fly balls. And yeah, it's interesting. So I wondered if maybe that's where he got it from. But I think the NFL players probably do it as well.
Yeah, I think they all do. And yeah, there's in the chat room there, they've been brought up about the Paul Green.
Oh, yep.
Medal today.
Who do we have winning the Paul Green medal today?
They just do it when they play, don't they?
What's that?
Well, the Cowboys are playing Cronulla today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Paul Green played for Cronulla and coached Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do I have winning? Well, I mean, I'd like to think the Sharks win.
Malcolm's just put up hard to imagine league before weight training. They'd be fast but weak. Yeah. The thing, as Dan has mentioned a few times, back in those days, guys had jobs. Basically 9 to 5 jobs or whatever, and I remember as a young fella reading that a lot of the footballers took on jobs as brickies, labourers, and that became their weight training.
Yep. Or in New Zealand, just going back to the rugby, in New Zealand, a lot of them were farmers.
Okay.
Sheep shearers and.
Yep.
So carrying those big haystacks around and lifting sheep on and off benches and holding them down to shear them, and they actually reckon that that's where the All Blacks went through a really, really poor period in the sort of early to mid 90s. They didn't come out the back of until sort of like the 2000s again, and they reckon it was the move, like it was just a slow decline in All Blacks rugby in the move to professionalism. So they lost all those hard yakka farmers. So, but yeah, there was still some strong, tough guys back then, because they, as you say, they weren't just sitting around. They all had different jobs, and before money, they had jobs to support their lives. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we were were we doing contracts the week before last, and Fatty Vorton shared that story about he was on like $30,000 for the whole season, his first contract or something. So different times, of course, different financial value back then, but still, I think you'd probably still have to do some work behind the scenes with that pay packet.
I don't remember the player's name, but it was mentioned last night for the Titans game. One of the replacements is a disability worker.
Okay.
So obviously he's not in the top echelon of the Titans players. So they're still there. Some of them still have to do some work. Getting back to the innovation, it was Jack Gibson who was really the innovator of looking after the players as people. They talk a lot about Wayne Bennett and how he treats his players and his young players, and you see that more and more now with the likes of Ivan Cleary and Webster that's gone over to the Warriors. They take time out for their players, and Jack Gibson was probably the first noticeable one to do that. He was very concerned with what players were doing away from the field. I remember a story that somebody told about how they wanted to introduce a young country player to Jack Gibson to have a look at for a potential player in one of his teams. And the very first question that Jack Gibson asked was, what does he do away from the field? And it was important to him how the players were away from the field. But he also looked after his players. One of the quotes that I've got here is he supposedly said, "You can't be a mug all week and not be a mug at the weekend football." So he was very interested in his players. And, can I toss him a website here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because some of the people in the chat room might be interested in this.
Hang on, I'll type it into the chat room as well.
Oh, okay. It's www. Now this is all lowercase.
Yeah.
THE for the.
Yep.
GH.com.au.
The GH.com.au.
THEGH.
Yep.
.com.au. It's the greenhouse, and they got some interesting information in there about Jack Gibson and some of his quotes. And there we
go. I shared that link in the chat room.
There you go. That there's lots of quotes in there, like next week is all I worry about. Winning next week is all that counts to me. Yeah, played strong, done fine. He was just a good coach. Didn't make it. I think he went to State of Origin level, and I'm pretty sure he lost the first series, but then he won the second one.
Okay.
So yeah, but I remember some mates really ribbing me about the fact that they lost that first series because he tried a few different things to overcome Queensland.
They said the same about Freddie.
Yeah, well,
I think he went all right his first couple of series, but then I think, I don't know, he must have copped a blow to the head or something towards the end of his tenure there. Is that the right word? Tenure?
Yeah.
Yep. So somebody in the chat room, just quickly, I wanted to touch on, because they raised the question, ahoy there, Sports Vault, how are you, mate? Ooh, that reminds me, I've got to get the Sports Vault same game multi locked in before the game kicks off. Talau, Karaz, and Adokar. Oh, Tuala, sorry. Talau plays for the Manly. and he's already played. I'm great with names, in case you haven't noticed. Tuala, Karaz, and Adokar. I better make sure I get that on before the game starts. But somebody put in there, Neil Clarkson, question the players about their own efforts rather than the coach, which it sort of made me remember, and I've shared this story with you already on Wednesday night. I think I told you about Robbie Deans.
Yep.
In the rugby union. How are you there, DJ Shack? Because, you know, I've explained to people before how my childhood was spent rugby league, but then the Super League thing happened. You lost interest. I turned to rugby union, and I've been a rugby union boy ever since, primarily. But since 2016, I've come back to rugby league. Not sure when it happened for you that you sort of gained interest again.
Yeah, I think it happened pretty much straight after the Super League, I think. Yeah.
And Super League disbanding again. Super League disbanding and everything coming back together again. So I love my rugby union. So usually in these stories, I have a lot of rugby union references. And Robbie Deans was a big one. So just going back to maybe there's times where it's not actually the coach. A coach can be seen to be a bad coach, but it's not actually the coach, it's the players. And I'll always remember Robbie Deans' situation where Robbie Deans took the Crusaders in Super Rugby to about, about 40 or 50 straight. I mean, I'm exaggerating as I always do, but they won about 6 or 7 straight, the Crusaders, at one point there. Or at the very least, they won like 7 out of 10 seasons under Robbie Deans. It was just a phenomenal record that Robbie Deans had. So everybody was jumping up and down and going, he needs to coach the All Blacks, he needs to coach the All Blacks. He got overlooked ultimately for the All Blacks job, and he got picked up by the Wallabies. Oh, great, he's coming. Oh, now Australian supporters were excited. He's coming to Australia, this amazing coach who's won all these championships for the Crusaders. Well, anyways, over he comes, and of course the Wallabies are still the Wallabies. So it comes back to the players, right? No, it doesn't. Robbie Deans is the problem. Robbie Deans must be sacked. Mind you, he had one of the best win percentages of any Wallaby coach in recent history. But no, Robbie Deans is a terrible coach. So he got the flick by the Wallabies, and then he goes over to Japan because there was no way back into the New Zealand rugby system. Over to Japan he goes, and wouldn't you know who won the pony? 6 or 7 years straight, I think, over there for the Japanese team that he's coaching. So, yeah, so there's situations where a really good coach can seem really poor, but ultimately it's up to the cattle available. The players on the field do have to take some of the responsibility. And that's in part why I think that Des will stick around for a couple of years at least with the Titans, because they need a rebuild. They're under an injury crisis at the moment. Well, not necessarily a crisis, but I suppose if you lose your captain for the full season, it's a bit of a crisis. Your captain and arguably your best player. A tradesman is only as good as his tools, says D-Funk. Pretty much surmising my whole 5-minute story in one sentence. Thank you. Yeah. Cheers, D-Funk. Yes.
And, I was listening to Luke Lewis last week. I have a bit of respect for Louis because he's a Penrith boy, and you would respect him because he's a Shark.
Sharks premiership winner.
Yeah, we're both. And the question was raised about Demetrio, and he straight away came to his defence and said pretty much similar to what D-Funk has said. It's not always the coach. You have to have a look at the players as well. They're the ones that are out there on the field.
Yep.
Coaches and missing tackles and dropping the ball. So, yeah. And there's been some coaches over the years that have been sacked for one reason or another and then gone on and done well, like Robbie Deans. Ivan Cleary, you'd have to put him in that category, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. Gus got rid of Ivan because you reckoned he was tired, and then someone different at Penrith signs him, and look what happened.
Yeah, I mean, do they? Yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish, I suppose. There's, are there situations where it's the players that make the coach look good? Could Penrith have gone on this run without Ivan, or
No, because I think Nathan would have been somewhere else.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But I'm sure that there's situations where that would have happened. What are we drinking today, boys? Got the Captain Morgans. Yeah. The Captains.
I had milk. No,
No,
thank you. I got to keep a straight head.
Yeah, Nathan. Well, he could imagine Ivan Cleary went to the Tigers at one point. Yes.
Yes.
Imagine
that's why there's such rivalry again. Because he left early.
He left, yeah, and potentially took a future superstar with him.
Which one?
Nathan.
Oh, Nathan was already at Penrith.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah. That's why he wanted to come back to Penrith, because Nathan, I think it was Hook that promoted Nathan to first grade.
Well, talking about coaches coaching their sons, Billy Walters is going all right at the moment. Yep. Over there under Kevy. Nathan's obviously going well with Ivan, and Flanagan, young Kyle Flanagan, back under his dad at St. George. I thought Kyle Flanagan had a lot of upside when he was playing for the Sharks. I was disappointed when he got let go, and yeah, it would be interesting to see them together again, because I mean you can't underestimate the effect that has. Like sometimes players play better when their dad's the coach. I would know a thing or two about this, because remember, in my playing days, going way back to the juniors, and for one reason or the other, I wasn't a very confident kid. Like you would look at me now, and I stick a camera in front of my face, and I go live on YouTube every weekend, and you go, "There's a confident guy." No, when I was a kid, I was very shy. I playing footy, I didn't want to make any tackles because I didn't back myself up. My thought process when I was little was, what happens if I hit this kid and he doesn't fall over? I'm going to look ridiculous. So ultimately, I end up second guessing myself and making myself look even more ridiculous, running up the sideline with my arms out, watching this guy go the length of the field to plant the ball over the try line. So I basically got kicked out, I suppose, from the team, and got to play for Dad's team. And suddenly I turned into a superstar. They wanted me back, if I'm not mistaken. The coach down there at the Scorpions was like, "He tackles now, we'll have him back." It's just, yeah, it's a different thing when your dad's the coach, and it's like, oh, I'm not just letting my coach down, I'm letting my dad down. Even though it was only juniors, but like, this is all the things that go through your head. DJ Shack says it's called masking. So, yeah, I'm just something I would know a thing or two about is you go to that next level when because I can't remember what the coach's name was, the guy who was in charge of the other team, and I got moved over to your team. But I very specifically remember in the changing rooms one day, like, he came up to you and he's like, "Your boy tackles now. Can I have him back?" Something along those lines.
It must put a lot of pressure on them too. Look at young Arthur.
Oh yeah, Jacob Arthur.
Jacob Arthur. Yeah, there was a lot of pressure
on
him. And now he's over at Manly. Yeah, but
I'll get him one day.
There was a lot of pressure on.
I'll get him one day.
On those two when he was at Parramatta, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, and he didn't respond well to it, I suppose. Probably had the opposite effect on him.
Well, even the Parramatta supporters were into them.
Oh yeah. Oh, that poor I mean, I remember I was against Parramatta at that time as well. But, yeah, I felt sorry for him. Definitely not, what's the word, not justified. So, we've got about 5 more minutes. So, what else have we got there in your research, your notes for coaching?
Would you like to hear about some positive things or some negatives?
Let's go negatives.
Well, one of my favourites is referee Bill Harrigan actually sent Phil Gould off when Phil was coach back in 1994. That's
Yes.
pretty good. That's the only time I've ever heard of a coach being sent off in the rugby league. Anyway, you see it regular in the baseball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. The coaches get kicked out of the baseball constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil good. Oh well, we were talking about captain coaches.
Yep.
And the slap.
Oh, the slap. Yeah.
The slap wouldn't have happened if there was a captain coach that day.
Oh, that wouldn't have happened.
No.
Actually, that's an interesting.
It'd look ridiculous if you were out there slapping yourself.
I'm not sure who it was who said one of the commentators said he'd never ever seen it before, but it was fun anyway. But St George Illawarra coach was Nathan Brown, and he had 3 of his players on the sideline really getting into them, and he slapped Trent Barrett. Another chap, I think he finished his playing career at Cronulla. A red-headed bloke, I think he grabbed him by the jumper and tugged him over, and he really laid into them. But everybody was really in awe of this slap. Yeah. But you can look for that on YouTube. Just look up Nathan Brown slaps Trent Barrett, and that's I think that might be termed old school coaching.
Oh yeah. Oh, you couldn't do that today. If you did that today, there would be such an uproar.
Yeah.
Ollie is the best. Ahoy, mate. How's yourself and Jaquela today? DJ Shack says, I've seen trainers be sent very often. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Interesting stories too. If you look up about Tommy Raudonikis, he was down at the Scorpions for one season.
Yes.
And he was terrific. He was terrific. But there's been some stories about him when he was with Western Suburbs. When he was coaching the West Tigers, I think it was. Apparently, he came into the dressing room with a big wooden spoon to tell the players they didn't want the wooden spoon, and the Scandalis.
I thought you were going to say he was going to give him a spanking.
Well, Scandalis was saying that he was standing there bashing this big wooden spoon, up against the wall while he was talking to them, and it splintered, and the splinters flew off and hit him in the face. Hit Tommy in the face, and he said it didn't stop him. And then when he finished talking, he realised there was all this blood coming down his face, and that didn't even stop him. He wiped his face with the blood and went round every player and wiped the blood on every player and said, you've got to bleed for the jumper. Yeah.
Wow.
He was an interesting character.
He was a character, Tommy. down at I remember I was terrified, like little Dan down there at the Scorpions sheds when you take me along to the games, and I'd just be standing outside in the tunnel, and you'd hear Tommy. Couldn't understand what he's saying, but you could hear him going off in the changing rooms, and then the door would swing open, and he'd come out, and old mate, the not the assistant, but the guy he seemed pretty high up, was
Coles?
Kenny Coles had come out after him with the clipboard, and I'd be like, oh geez, I better move. Better get out of the way here or I'll get trampled by these guys. Yeah, they were interesting times when he took over for that brief period.
Then he went down to the Tigers, West Tigers. Tigers.
So Sports Vault says my dad was showing me old school games and it was barely footy, it was just a brawl. Ollie is the best says, what's your guys' favourite rugby team in Super Rugby and NRL? Super Rugby, Old Panther doesn't have one. Queensland Reds, maybe? Oh, no, what you'd go for the Waratahs.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, New South Wales Waratahs, Queensland Reds, or for my Australian team. But overall, Crusaders. And when the Crusaders are in the kind of form they're in this season and they're down the bottom of the table, I switch my allegiance to the Chiefs. In NRL, it's the Sharks and the Panthers. And the Titans would be your second team.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. The Canterbury Panthers are getting close, though.
Yeah, I think I've sort of... I mean, I'll always have a soft spot for the Panthers because of you, but I want to see the Bulldogs. I've been predicting the Bulldogs to go well for about 3 years now, so I'd like that to be proven right at some point. DMX Woodstock 99, ahoy there. All right, well, we better wrap up here so that I can get all the cameras and everything readjusted for the...
You got to get the tips up.
And I've got to get the tips up. Yes. And the tips are Tuala, Karaz, Adokar, $17.75. That was paying at the time on Sportsbet. Let's see what it is paying now, because we've got kickoff in 3 minutes 36. It reckons. Well, not kickoff. We've got bet lockout in 3 minutes. Whatever I said. So Adokar, Karaz, and Tuala. I like Karaz. Karaz is a good bet. And now I've just got to find Tuala. Tuala. Where is he? Anytime try. And then you ran away. Yeah, that sounds like you, Wilma.
That's a safe option, isn't it? I remember reading a story about a big forward, and I think it must have been country football, but wherever they were playing, the place was renowned for running out of hot water. And so with 5 minutes left in the game, this fella would deliberately punch somebody and get sent off to make sure he had hot water for his shower.
Yep.
Yeah. And I've never been able to find that story on the internet anywhere.
Well, Blocker Roach has told it on NRL 360 a couple of times that that Big Ciro, Paul Sirenen, apparently used to do that.
Okay.
He'd purposely get himself sent off so that he could get the first use of the showers. So yeah, apparently Big Ciro was apparently notorious for that as well.
There you go.
According to Blocker. All right, Old Panther, thank you very much for swinging by. As always, we've got only a couple of minutes left before kickoff, so I better get ready for that. And if you've got any topic suggestions for next week for Generations, we'd love to hear it, because we're running out. Because I said any topics, we'd love to hear the suggestions, because we're running out.
Yep.
I don't know. How are you there, Blake? All right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I will keep this.
Enjoy the game.
I will keep this live and be right back. And yeah, you're not sticking around, are you? You've got Toasties Day with what should we call Mum? You're the Old Panther. Mum's.
You get me into strife.
All right, Ways to World Sports. This stream will stay active, and I'll be right back. Bulldogs Knights kicking off right after this. Cheers.
wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
All right, let's go. We're all ready to roll. Bulldogs, Knights, they're underway. We missed the jump. Jack sucks at things. Ahoy there. Welcome along. An early penalty here to the Bulldogs. And they're scuffling up here already. Bring back the biff, I say. Bring it back. So yeah, we did miss the jump on that one. I do apologise, but yes, a little bit of scuffle. Shenanigans to start the game. You love to see it. Bulldog. Oh, God. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get the multi set up at halftime. But I can tell you what it is. It's, well, I told you, if you were here for the Generations podcast, you heard it already. We've got Karaz, Adokar, and Tuala. Those are our three legs. So let's see. Fingers crossed. Early penalty here for the Bulldogs, though. I've gone the Bulldogs. That's my tip for the day. Doggies to win. Can you do me a favor and just count down the clock for a few seconds, trying to sync your stream to my KO? What do you mean? Like, do a countdown like a 10, 9, 8... Or tell you what the time is. It's 37:09, 8, 7, 6. And the Bulldogs have it on tackle 2, 25 out. Through the hands they go out to the right. Quentin Paul, ahoy, mate. And the Bulldogs have lost somebody early. Bulldogs 1-12, Kickow and Ponga. Anytime try scorers. And under 48 is James's same game multi. Inside ball from Burton, and it almost opens up. The Bulldogs looking good here. Oh, the time on the scoreboard. Yeah, sweet. 36-30 to go. Burton with the crossfield kick. It's a little bit too deep. It's lost backwards by the Knights. Has he held onto it long enough to justify calling it a catch? We'll see. Lucas uploads, believes in the Dogs. The ball's been lost backwards here by Newcastle in the in-goal. It's then loose on the ground, but Ponga, I believe, has got to it. Ponga, I believe, has got to this one. It'll be no try. A result for the Doggies, though. Believe in the Dogs. They go short, but it's way too short. And this is a great start for the Bulldogs. Sorry, I'm just going to leave my camera off while I sort some stuff out here with the setup. I'll have the transition down pat one of these days. One of these days, I tell you, one of these days. I'll have it seamless. Bulldogs on the attack again. All right, there we go. I think we're good to go. And yes, I'll get the same game multi up on the screen at the halftime break. Through the hands now, Burton dummies, holds the pass up perfectly for Bronson Sherry, and Sherry goes close. Only a couple of meters out, crash ball. It's down, the ball is down. Who has scored that? A try for the Bulldogs, nice and early. On the crash ball, Samuel Hughes. Samuel Hughes must have been paying about $40 for first try scorer. Over he goes. Bulldogs. Four points to nil, kick to come. What a start. See, the Dogs have been threatening in recent weeks. They've really been threatening to just click into some resemblance of gear. And I feel like the Knights are the perfect team to just bring the form out of the Doggies here. A solid start, but we've seen this before, haven't we? Remember the start that the Dogs got off to against the Roosters and let them back into the match, so... Try confirmed, 4 points to nil. Great start. $71 he was paying for first try scorer. The highest priced any time on Sportsbet. Shows how volatile the NRL. You know what else? Sportsvault. You know what else I've actually been playing around with behind the scenes is doing multis on the baseball for players to get a hit. Because I love my Major League Baseball, so yeah, I've been fiddling about with just loading up multis across the weekend or across a day of Major League Baseball for players to just get a hit. I've had some pretty nice cash outs going down that road as opposed to the straight win-loss market. Knights get us back underway as the conversion from Burton is successful. And a dream start here for the Bulldogs. Oh yeah, +1 runs batted in. Yeah, there's some great markets on the Major League Baseball. I'm making some big money off the baseball. Even just cash outs. Curran puts the step on, beats the first defender, fights through the second. It takes 3 Knights to put him down. Tackle 4 on halfway here for the Bulldogs. This has been an impressive start. Burton on the left-hand side puts it high into the shadows. It's going dangerously close to the sideline, but it's perfectly placed. And Maju has it for Newcastle at the back. Six points to nil, Dogs lead. 59% the Doggies have got on the poll. Anyone gone for the Knights? Well, they've gone up to 60, the Bulldogs. Oh, yeah. 21% Knights. Not a lot of love for the Sharks there. Fifth and last, Ponga puts it high into the corner. Taken on the full by Tracy at the back. Puts the head down and marches forward there, Connor Tracy. Tackle 3, and the Dogs have already gone over halfway. This is a phenomenal start for them. Really is. $40 out from the Knights line. Curran in at first receiver to Burton. Through the line they go. And Bronson Sherry brought down. 30 out. They go high to the corner. The Dogs. Ponga is up. Karate kicks out Billy Slater style and takes the ball. Sportsvault says the Knights have been an embarrassing team to follow. Love them, but hate paying money to go watch them lose in person. Well, You know what? Sports fault. Honestly, I have been a supporter of the Sharks. Well, for a very long time. For some reason, the Sharks just cannot play in Queensland. For whatever reason, they just can't. They suck at Suncorp Stadium. They sucked when it was Lang Park. They were disastrous when the Broncos played out at QE2. And then we would travel all the way down to Tweed Heads to see them play the Gold Coast, and they would suck there as well. The Sharks, for some reason, just cannot play in Queensland. So I struggle to think of a time that I've actually seen my Sharkies win in person. It's crazy to think that I've been a supporter for as long as I have, been to so many games, but all the games that I've been to have been in Queensland. So I'm struggling to think of a time I've actually seen them win in person. It's crazy. Fifth and last for the Dogs. They're 30 out from the line again, putting the pressure on. The kick is taken on the full. Crichton puts the kick into the end goal. This is going to sit up for Curran, but Ponga steals it. He's trapped in goal. It's a result for the Bulldogs. Well done, Ponga, to get back for that one. But what a start for the Bulldogs. The Knights are under the pump. The first 11 minutes, it's been all Newcastle completely under the pump. A great start for the Bulldogs. The Knights go short with the restart taken by the Fox. Kickoff in a dummy half to Burton at first receiver. He almost hurt himself there, Ponga too. If anybody saw that, the leg nearly got trapped underneath his own body. The cutout pass to Tracy, looks to tap it on. He's knocked it forward, though, and the Knights hold on. Great defense. Oh, they might have thought about challenging that one. Unless this has been called a knock on Newcastle. I don't think it has, though. Oh, no, it was definitely off Tracy's hand first. Fair enough. So it was Chris Patolo, the prop, ruled out with a knee injury for the Bulldogs. So the Dogs down a player early on. We'll see if that comes back to bite at the back end of the game. Sports fault, need Dom Young back in this team. He was immense for the Knights, wasn't he, Dom Young? Here's an offload. Ponga's got it back in midfield. Go straight through. Kickout's there. Dive in at him. He had some support as well. Ponga can turn the game on its head just like that. So don't fret, Knights fans. 6 points is a very small margin when Kalen's out there. 6 again for a ruck infringement. It's precisely why, as a New South Wales Blues supporter, I do not want to see Ponga anywhere near the Origin squad. Dylan Lucas loses the ball. The pop pass from Hastings was right on the money, and Lucas was in a big gap. If only he could hold on to the ball, and he knows it. Yelling abuse at himself. I think Kickoff had him covered anyway, but still, they would have had another couple of plays up their sleeve there. Speaking of State of Origin, it's almost as if they heard me. Game 1 in Sydney, Wednesday, June 5th. I better start thinking about putting in for days off work after Origin nights. Because Origin nights are biggies. Biggies. 26 minutes to go in this first half. And it is the Bulldogs once again back inside the Knights half, looking to go on the attack. Marnie runs into a brick wall of Knights defenders. Burton out the back to Kickow. Kickow will take them on and go straight through. Offloads back in field, but no support. The support had overrun it. They've got 6 again, though. The Bulldogs, it's been touched by Tuala. Oh, no, says the referee. It's 5th and last. So they grub her into the end goal. The ball sits up. For some reason, the camera cuts away. The Bulldogs have scored a second. Oh, no, it's gone up as no try. What is going on out there? Some terrible work from the TV director. What a horrible time to switch the camera away. Wow. Maybe a step offside there. He kept running through. He shouldn't have. Mind you, if we're looking at the grounding, the onside has obviously been cleared. We're just looking at the grounding, which he hasn't done. He's lost the ball. He's dropped the ball. I thought we were looking at offsides. Was that Jamin Salmon? No try. Jamin Salmon just couldn't quite get the grounding right. What a scare that was for the Knights, though. Junior, ahoy there, mate. How are you? A little scare for the Knights. But they hold on. It remains 6-0 in favour of the Bulldogs, and now a penalty. Holding down a little too long there. Hands on the ball. And a real chance now for the Knights to just get down the other end, put some pressure on. I'll take the tap. 40 out from the Bulldogs line. Another good charge. Dylan Lucas. 20 out. Opportunity knocking here for the Knights. To the left they go. Hastings. Short pass to Pierce Paul. Tackle 4. To the right. Hastings waits again in first receiver. Out the back to Thompson. Stop it, James. Stop it. Hastings on the 5th and last to Ponga. Grubbers into the end goal. It sits up for Tracy. Tracy collects it. Runs back into the field of play. Beats the tackle. Does extremely well, Connor Tracy. Bulldogs ball. It's going to be a hard set of 6, though, for them. Crichton takes a hit up. 10 metres out from their own line. Great work from Connor Tracy. Bulldogs going very well. You love to see it. I've certainly developed a soft spot for the Bulldogs in recent seasons. 5th and last, a kick from inside the 40. A kick from inside the 40 is over the head of the Newcastle defenders, and Matt Burton has pulled a 40-20 right out of his ass. That is amazing. Everything's coming up Millhouse for the Doggies. A full set of 6 now. I mean, that is a killer for the Knights. They had the Dogs pinned down their own half, and then Burton pulls out a 40-20. Hutchison back inside to Salmon. Almost got a try just before. Hutchison again. Out the back it goes to Crichton. Crichton Takes 3 to bring him down, just a metre short. Marnie goes on a dart across the face of the post, fires it out. Here's Curran now. 5th and last, a metre out. Can the Knights hold on? Hutchison, short pass to kick out. Kick out can't get the arms free, and the Knights come away with it. They've held on once more. Great defence on their own goal line. Oh, this is going to be a close one. The Bulldogs, they need some reward for all this domination of possession and territory. We've seen it so much this weekend where if you don't get that reward, you feel the wrath later on. So the Bulldogs, they need something. Michelle, ahoy there. Cut out pass, some space opens up on the right. Tuala can't get the arms free. Hamish McKenzie says, here at Dragon Tech, we strive for rail support all around the arc. That's loose out the back. Ponga spills it. And that will be a handover. That's terrible. That's a disaster for Newcastle. Oh, Kalen Ponga, Butterfingers Jones. What a goof. The Bulldogs, another full set of 6. They really do need to strike, the Dogs. They do. They need some value out of this. Burton runs it to the line. Links up with Bronson Sherry, who can't get the offload back inside to Burton. Burton's there again involved from dummy half. Out to Sherry again, to kick out, to the Fox. Fox steps back in field. They manage to bring him down. No, he gets the offload away to Hutchison, and Hutchison slips. No, we didn't end up ordering Chinese last night. It was certainly mighty tempting. Might order it tonight instead. 5th and last here, 10 metres out. Hutchison grubbers into the end goal, sits up for Ponga. It's a result for the Bulldogs, though, just keeping them pinned down this end of the field. It's been a brilliant display so far from Canterbury. The goal line dropout is short. The Fox takes it on the full. He's dragged over the sideline. Keeps the ball alive extremely well. And Kickow is there to secure the loose possession. Great work there, Josh Adokar. Eighteen and a half minutes to go till the halftime break. 10 metres out from the line. Bulldogs on the attack again. Burton to Tracy. Tracy out to Jacob Carraz. And Carraz will score. And that is a lock on the Sports Vault AU same game multi. Carraz with the try. 10 points to nil, kick to come. All right, I've really got to get that multi on the screen. Through the hands, the Bulldogs out to the right. Oh, has he got his foot in touch? Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Did he get it down before that foot hits the line? Here we go. Carraz bobbled the ball, plants it down. Yes, he does. Just in the nick of time. Carraz. So close. It was very concerning. So there is our first lock on the Sports Vault same game multi, which I will try my best to rush and get up on the screen right now. So we had Karaz, Tuala, and the Fox. From the sideline, the conversion is holding its line. 12 points to 0. This is a fabulous start for the Bulldogs. They now have some serious reward for all this territory and possession that they've had. Things looking very good for them to start this game. Not as good as the Broncos last night, but still looking good. The Knights get us back underway. All right, so we've got Fox. The Knights are being completely outplayed at the moment, for sure, DJ Shaq. For sure. Doggies leading 12 points to nil. Can't even speak. That's a huge kick, a monstrous kick from Burton into the sun. Pressure on Thomas Jenkins at the back. Oh, they're going well. All right, I've got the multi all sorted. So, look at how tiny the Fox is. All right, let me fix that. That's going to drive me crazy. Oh, little Foxy. Josh Adokar. Tiny Fox. That is brilliant. The Knights on the fifth and last are 30 out from the line. I'll fix that in a minute. The kick goes down to the Mini Fox. And Mini Fox takes it 5 meters out from their own line here, the Bulldogs. Controlling this game in every facet at the moment. Mind you, everybody's sort of all different sizes, aren't they? Karaz, the big unit. And then, all right, Tuala, we need to bump him up a little bit. Maybe not that much. That might have been a bit too much. All right, Tuala. Yes, and poor little Foxy over here. What happened to you, mate? There we go. We'll bump the Fox up a wee bit. That's a bit better. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, so now that they're all the same size, or thereabouts, we can Sports Vault lock Karaz, anytime try scorer. The Knights have it. A chance to attack here. Can they strike back? Ralph Tanavasa. Let's go Bulldogs. The Knights, though, with the offload. Here's a great chance for them to play. Pierce Paul with another offload. They've got to start wrapping that ball up here, the Dogs. The Fox has just run in off his wing and absolutely demolished his opposite number there, Tuala. What a huge hit. Now, that is one example of jamming in off the wing that's proven hugely positive. And Ponga now puts the kick in way too deep, and the Bulldogs get a 7-tackle set. It's just not happening here for the Newcastle Knights. Wilma says Cowboys versus Sharks unders today. They're usually pretty high-scoring games between these two, aren't they? It depends. Under what? 46, under 46. Yeah, okay. Yep, under 46. When I say that they're usually pretty high-scoring game... Oh, no, Burton comes up with the error on halfway. That's a let-off for the Knights. An unusual mistake there from Matt Burton. Now, Newcastle, they have to get it together and take this opportunity that's been presented them, because you're only going to get so many during the course of a game. And from a star player like Matt Burton, that's a big one. Cowboys plus 5.5, under 46.5. Yes, again, the Bulldogs, when they're on top of a game, simple errors. Ponga fires the crash ball across. Fifth and last. They're a metre out here, the Knights. Saifidi plays it. Here's the grubber kick through from Tyson Gamble. It's wrapped up by the Mini Fox. It'll be a goal line dropout. Some reward for the Knights there. 11 minutes to go till the halftime break. Bulldogs go short with the restart. It's perfectly placed. Crichton's under it. It's tapped back from Ponga, though. And Bradman Best has it. Newcastle, full set of 6 here on the attack. 20 out from the line. Marju puts the head down. Goes on a charge. Bloody KO, I swear to God. If there were any other option, KO would be Gonskis in an instant. And as I said the other night, you send them an email about their terrible service and they say, it must be your internet. Like, no, it is not my bloody $200 a month gigabit internet. Stop using that as an excuse for people for your shitty service. Anyway, the Knights, 5th and last. 10 to go till the break. Right in front of the post. Literally right in front of the post. Hastings is out on the right. A 6 again on tackle 5. Oh no, they're offside, the Dogs. More pressure. Crossland. The Knights, they simply must score here. They must. Hastings on the left. Crash ball to Pierce Paul. Tackle 3. 5 out. Hastings again to Crossland. Crossland's getting very heavily involved in hit-ups. It's not really his role, surely. Nowhere to go here. Hetherington. Confusion from the Knights play. 5th and last. Through the hands they go. Out to the right. Holds the pass up perfectly for Dylan Lucas. And Dylan Lucas will swivel through and score the try that had to come. It had to. They've just had too much weight of possession down this end of the field. Back-to-back sets, and the Bulldogs crack. 12 points to 4, kick to come. It's not who we wanted. We wanted it to go one pass further out. If that pass goes one more out, then it's Anari Tuala. And it would have been another lock on the multi. Oh, well. Try confirmed. 8 minutes to go until the halftime break. And it's the Bulldogs leading 12-4. The Knights have a kick to come, though. Ponga moves in, strikes it. It hooks back around. It's nicely on target. $12 points to 6, and somebody's on report here for the Bulldogs. Drew Hutchinson on report for a trip. We saw that the other night as well. Teddy Tedesco put the trip on Pappenhausen. So now, yeah, Hutchinson on report for a trip. 2 trips in the same weekend. 7.5 to go until the halftime break. Tripping should be 10 minutes in the bin. Absolutely. Oh, loose here for the Knights. A penalty? No, it's called a knock on against Marju. On play 1, the Bulldogs have been invited straight back down the Knights' end. Oh, that's a huge mistake. Massive, massive error from the kickoff. This could be a huge moment. They had done all the hard work to get themselves back in the contest, and then they go and do that. That's a big mistake. Right before the break. Burton has it from the scrum. Steps back in field. 6 minutes 24 to go till halftime. Bulldogs on the attack. 10 out from the line. Hutchison to Curran. Nothing doing here. Good defense, Knights. Marnie sends it left. Hutchison to Burton. Inside line is kick out. Takes 3 to bring him down. A few tackles left here for the Bulldogs as Marnie breaks left to Bronson Sherry. And Bronson Sherry will get the ball down and score. Bronson Sherry scores. Oh, sports vault. Bronson was part of the first one. Ralph Tenavasa says, let's go. Try confirmed. But Bronson Sherry, 16-6 kick to come. And that's on the back of... that's on the back of a Newcastle error from the kickoff. $16-6 kick to come. And that was big. I mean, this just nullifies all that hard work that the Knights had done to get themselves back into the contest, back into the grind, to make an error on tackle 1 and then give up a try. Ellis Williams says, up the Dogs. Four and a half minutes to go till the break. The Doggies in control. Burton with the conversion attempt, moves in, strikes it well. It's on target. Oh, he's kicking well today, Burton. He is kicking well. 18 points to 6. 4 minutes until halftime. The Dogs on top. I went the Doggies, by the way. Waste of Water Sports tipping contest, of which I'm leading, by the way. Have I mentioned? I did go the Dogs. I went the Dogs by 6. They might win by a little bit more than that, the way it's going. Yeah, looking to maintain my spot at top of the ladder there. Still, oh, James, you've jumped 3 spots this week. Nice. Nice, mate. Are you ahead of Michelle? I hope so. Sorry, Michelle, but There would be nothing funnier than you being behind everybody. She did. She is there, and she did hear me. Let's see. The old Panthers in at 14th. Aussie Rob's in at 18th. Gamer Mel's at 20th. DJ Shack down in 22nd. Dan Jam in 25th. Michelle down in 26th. And James in 29th, 1 point behind. Oh, he's on your tail. James, he's on your tail there, Michelle. 1 point behind. Yeah, I've got to say, James, after that display, he wishes he was on my tail. Ooh. I've got to say, James, after that display, it's going to take a lot for me to tip Para this year as well. I'll tip them against the Raiders. But outside of that, yeah, it's... Oh, yeah, Titans as well. Who have they got next week? Yeah, okay. I'm tipping Manly next week against the Eels, I'll be honest. Round 9. They must have the bye in round 9, huh? Round 10. The Broncos. Okay, I'll tip them against the Broncos. 2 minutes to go. The Knights are on the attack. Tackle 4. 20 out from the Canterbury line. Looking to strike back. Right on the stroke of half-time. This would be good for the Knights. The kick in from Gamble. Taken by the Fox at the back. And the Bulldogs hold on. One minute and a half to go until half-time. And the Dogs have put on a fairly impressive first half display. It must be said. They've gone quite well. Yeah, good effort for them. Good effort. Now the ball is loose at the back. Marnie picks it up. And the Dogs get the kick away. Big defense. Inside the last minute of the half. Driving the Knights backwards. Phoenix Crossland goes on a dart. 40 out from their own line here, Newcastle. Through the hands, Ponga. Last play for the Knights, last play for the half. Probably Hastings just runs into contact. Oh, they got a 6 again. Okay, I thought, how weird that he's just run meekly into contact there, but they've got 6 more. Crossland to Gamble, out the back. Tuala creates some space for Jenkins. The Bulldogs slide across and shut it down, and that will be half-time. Leading 18 points to 6 here, the Bulldogs. A fabulous first half effort. But we've seen it before, where the Bulldogs have put on a great first half, only to let things slip in the second 40. So can they keep it up? They only lead by 12. It's not a huge margin. It's good enough. But they've got to keep it up here, the Dogs. $18 points to 6, half time. Fabulous stuff there, Canterbury. I'm pretty happy with that. As far as the Wasted Water Sports tipping goes, All right, Western World of Sports, halftime here. I'm going to have myself a very quick break. And we'll be back for the second half right after this. Bulldogs Knights. And, of course, coming up after this, the Sharkies versus the Cowboys. Doubleheader here on your Sunday ticket with the Western World of Sports. We'll be right back after this. All right. Wait. Oh, there we go. All right, Wasted Water Sports. Welcome back. Halftime here. 18 points to 6. Big effort from the Dogs. Peter, ahoy there. Neil Clarkson. Hey. Might have been Trump in court in NYC. What is going on with Trump these days? I mean, I know he's going to be president again. But, what is happening with him these days? Outside of that. Outside the obvious impending presidency. What is going on? All right, hang on. I've got to do some audio test. Does the microphone pick up? Yes, it does. It picks up me thumping the glass into the table. No, Hamish puts sound effects on the Discord from time to time. For anyone watching on Discord, Hamish likes to go in and play sound effects. It's usually Scooby-Doo, though. Sportsworld says they reckon his son will go president in the future. Keeping it all in the families. Lol, right. Okay, well, I couldn't give two shits if you believe me or not. I mean, there is Hamish laughing in the chat room about it. So, don't know what to tell you. Would his son go, though? Thanks, Hamish. Stick to the Scooby-Doo ones, Hamish. Cheeky bugger. Peter says, predicted score. Yeah, you thought it was Buff at first, and then you realised he wasn't in the room.
I am Ding-a-ling. All right.
What even was that one? Yeah, Hamish has figured out that with his Discord permissions, he can interrupt the stream with sound effects. So every now and then you hear a Scooby-Doo, or apparently now he's expanded his soundboard to all kinds of stuff. So predicted final score on this one. Do not give that permission to change.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh yeah, motherfucker. I'm gonna kick your fucking dairy hair. Yeah, yeah.
I'm regretting giving it to Hamish. But yes, do not give that permission to James. James has got enough power around here as it is. All right, so predicted score. 18 points to 6 at the moment. Okay, let's say 28 points to 12. I think it'll be a very similar, close second half. Give us two numbers between 1 and 7. The James. This has provided a great segue. Our same game multis are now brought to you by SportsVault.au, discord.gg/SportsVault.au for a whole bunch of... Join the Discord for free. It's completely free to join the Discord. There's a whole bunch of information over there. So if you'd like to take randomness out of your selections and have something a little bit more calculated and methodical, then SportsVault.au could be for you. If you want to stop just pulling numbers out the wazoo like James there, although it does seem to be going all right for him. But check out our friends at Sportsvault AU. Join the Discord for free. And check out some information over there. And if you would like to take them up on some even more exciting offers over there, some more options and stuff to play around with, and you decide to enter the vault, remember to use the promo code Ahoy, and the Sportsvault team will look after you over there. Leanne Santa ahoy there. But anyway, James, so two numbers at random, between what? I mean, I'm going to play along. It was a perfect segue into the Sportsvault promo. But two numbers between 1 and 7. All right, 3 and 5. And there we go. Sportsvault has also said, on a side note, we offer free calls with our team so you can learn a bunch of stuff about betting smarter, including risk-free profit methods, blah, blah. It's a great place. Come and jump in. Do you have to have Discord to use it? Well, you've got to have a Discord to join the Discord, but I believe there's also a website. But I mean, I would. You've got a Discord anyway, so. And the Knights have come up with a mistake on play 1 in the second half. They've captains challenged. Well, this is a huge call, so it's no wonder they've gone the captain's challenge here. Challenge is successful. That's a big one for the Knights. That's a huge captain's challenge. First play of the second half. That was a big, big moment there. A penalty to Newcastle instead of a lost ball and a turnover on play 1. Dolphins says, raining so hard in Australia. I don't think it's raining all over Australia. It looks pretty sunny there in Newcastle at the moment. Or actually, it's not in Newcastle. In wherever they're playing this game is not raining. Anyway, the Knights, that was a successful captain's challenge. It was a good captain's challenge. UFC's in Adelaide at the moment, I believe. Took himself a little holiday. 40 out from the Bulldogs line. The Knights on the 5th and last. You still can't believe he said you were good looking. Why not? And he went to Adelaide. Well, he's got family there. He didn't just go to Adelaide randomly. Like, oh, I think I might go to Australia. Adelaide seems nice. Nobody does that. There's got to be a reason for it, and there certainly was one, as far as I'm aware. The Bulldogs are doing it hard here. 5th and last. Just shy of their own 40-metre line. Big kick here from Burton. Turns the Knights around. Christian Kupkovic, ahoy there. Christian Kupkovic is just randomly putting team names in the chat room. Earlier it was Bulldogs. Now it's Sharks. Next it'll be Rams. Rams. Oh, sent oh, okay. A complete skip. No, that's fair enough. No, that's completely fair. And admirable as well, Sportsbet, because... Sportsbet, Jesus Christ. Sports Vault, admirable as well, because you don't... I think an important lesson, and you can probably back me up on this, or tell me at least all the reasons why I might be wrong, but I think it's a good lesson as well, in that you don't bet just for the sake of betting. If there's no value to be found, then you don't do it. And so we're going to have a skip on the Sports Vault same game multi for the next game. Controversial, but everything is priced pretty terribly. And there's a good lesson in that. Yes, for better gambling habits, you don't have to bet on every game. If there's no value to be found, don't do it. And the Sharks Cowboys is a very, very hard one to predict, in all honesty. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. As Kalen Ponga is limping in back play, which is unsurprising. Go Cowboys, go, says Mr. Ed's dead. Fifth and last, the Knights put the ball into the corner and over the sideline it goes. And they're just looking to turn this game around a little bit. The momentum has been with the Knights in this second half since that captain's challenge. Right call, of course. The right call has been found. And they've just been keeping the Bulldogs pinned down here to start this second half. Kalen Ponga is not 100% in back play. Cut out pass to Burton. Almost coming up with a big mistake there. And looking a little flat to start this second half, the Bulldogs. Tracy up over halfway, fifth and last. Marnie out to Hutchison, puts it high. Dolphins says, do you know the Wayne Bennett? Not personally, no. But of course I know of him. Everyone knows of him. Hamish says, sometimes I wish you put all the Roblox streams in a playlist. So many words I could use for sound bites. Well, wouldn't you just go to the Intoxibox channel and go play all? They're all still up there. Ellis Williams says, do you think Birdo's form is origin-worthy? Maybe like off the bench? I do think that Burton is a very good origin player. Certainly off the bench, because he can fill in multiple positions. Penalty here for the Dogs. And there is just a little momentum swing that they needed. Holding down a little too long there. The penalty kick. The touch finder up to the 40-metre line. Curran takes it just shy of the halfway. 8 minutes gone in the second half. No change to the score. But it's been the Knights with all the territory. Now Burton, now the back to Tracy. Tracy with good speed. Almost gets through. Oh, he is such a loss for the Sharks, Connor Tracy. Kickow in midfield. Takes 3 to bring him down again. 25 out from the line. Bulldogs. Change of direction. Hutchinson's caught. 5th and last. Where's Burton? He's over on the right. No, they go left. Marnie breaks away, puts the grubber kick in. Ponga back. Ponga is caught ball watching. Kalen Ponga is caught ball watching. And Bailey Hayward has come flying through and stolen it. And Ponga is hurt. He's got to go off surely. Kalen Ponga's got to go off. I mean, remember, Ponga was hurt last week. We were talking about it during the game that he should be brought off. Well, it's cost his team a try here. Bailey Hayward scores out of nowhere. 22-6 kick to come. Kalen Ponga just can't get back there, and he's just watching, ball watching. He's not 100%, Kalen. Look at how slow he's moving there. Well, I tell you what, if he's not injured, he's just played himself out of an Origin jersey with that single moment alone. Because that is just basics. Burton, he's been perfect with the boot tonight. 24 points to 6. The Bulldogs march on. Oh, poor Chevy Chase Stewart last night. Yeah, that was a hard watch. Back underway. Bulldogs with the ball. 29, 40. 39, 38, 37, 36, 35. Kick out, offloads, and the Fox collects it. Was a forward? No. Play on. And Fox beats one defender. Tackle 2. The Bulldogs suddenly finding meters easy. Up towards halfway they go. Up over it they go. Connor Tracy. Another good run. Such a big loss for the Sharks. Now Burton, dummy, steps back inside. Burton. 5th and last. Marnie's got it. Looking to get the kick away. It's a shocker. Ellis Williams says, what's Slash doing in the corner? Because that's a link to our good friends at Sports Vault. A whole bunch of free stuff available on their Discord for better betting habits, some betting information, some tips and whatnot. Discord.gg/SportsVaultAU. Jump on over to their Discord and check everything out over there. I could have just put a regular slash in for the web address, but I like to do things differently around here, as I'm sure you know. Mr. Ed's Dead says they had no heart in the game of American rugby. Quentin Paul says I had the Bulldogs to win. Bulldogs race to 25 points and Bulldogs to score 20 points. Well, hopefully they get at least one more point for you. Oh, well, that's going to be helped when the Knights make simple mistakes like that. A spilt ball from Adam Elliott, and it's a 0 tackle. The Bulldogs have it 20 out from their own line. That's simple stuff, really, from the Knights. Simple stuff. I mean, those are just basic errors that are being made. It's got to be hard to watch. David Weai. Go the Knights. Still the best, no matter what the scoreline is. Down but not out. Shout to Doreen, Tyler, and Kaliko Bomas, all the way from PNG. Pangia District, Alia. I hope I said all of that correctly, by the way. Ellis Williams says this feels like an entirely different doggy side right now. What, in the second half compared to the first, or just from previous seasons? They've definitely lifted from previous seasons, haven't they? Hutchison's a capable halfback, but certainly not a standout. As Marnie puts the kick in behind the Knights' defence. Marju watches it go over the sideline. But the Knights are pinned down in their own territory, trailing by 18. 26 and a half minutes to go. Put Sam Hughes back on, says Maxi. He'll come back on, I'm sure. If he's fit and healthy and ready to go, he'll get another spell. Sideline commentator has just said Ponga has suffered 2 injuries, hip and foot. I'm assuming he's off now. I'm assuming they took Ponga straight off after that effort, or lack thereof. Okay, they have. Tyson Gamble's gone to fullback. And now, rampaging up the middle of the field here, the Knights. Crossland offload's almost intercepted by the Fox. And that'll be 6 more tackles. Well, who knocked it on first? Double knock on called. Scrum down to the Knights, I would assume. Forward off the Fox. He almost got the intercept. He would have been away there, Foxy. That would have been a second lock off our multi. Ow! Oh, God! All right, don't you love it when you smash your glass into your own teeth? Sylvester, Ahoy, ahoy there. Scrum down Knights. And they've got the ball on halfway. Tackle 1. 24 and a half to go. Is it possible? It's only 3 tries. Ellis Williams says that's just great. By the time the Origin teams get announced, they'll have Tyson Gamble in the squad. As this ball now sits up, it's loose out the back, and Stephen Crichton's almost away. Another simple turnover. Handling error from the Knights. And the Bulldogs, can they make them pay? Sherry dummies almost goes through. Tyson Gamble's always gone all right whenever he's been called upon for Origin. So I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world. That's the thing about Queensland, isn't it? The players always step up as soon as they put that maroon jersey on. I mean, look at Dane Gagai. Dane Gagai went through a period where he was just abysmal at club level. I mean, didn't even get dropped at one point to the reserve grade, and he still got picked in the Origin squad, and he was probably the player of the series. Josh Curran goes straight through. He's over the line. Have they held him up? Leo Francis Roika, ahoy there, mate. Marnie from dummy half tries to spin through and under the posts. A few tackles left. Short ball. Looking for the crash play. They need more than that, though. Marnie to Hutchison, dummies. He's wrapped up. 5th and last now. Bulldogs, they go short. Crichton puts the kick in. And it's taken by Tyson Gamble. We were just talking about him. And he's there to save the day. Again, twice in one set of 6. .22.5 to go. The Bulldogs right on top. Crossland. Is Phoenix Crossland playing some sort of forwards role? Charged down by Kickow. The ball's loose. Picked up by the Knights. It's play on. No. Knocked on both ways, says the referee. All right, I'll have a quick break while they pack this scrum. Charge down, Bulldogs, knock on by Newcastle. Newcastle have captains challenged, and they have challenged unsuccessfully on this occasion. And Viliami Kickow, he's becoming the charge down king, isn't he? You've got your intercept kings. You've got your big hit kings. Well, now we've got our charge down king, and it's Viliami Kickow. And most importantly, Bulldogs ball. Scrum down, 30 out from the line. Marnie at the back to Tracy. Tracy steps back in field. He's wrapped up. 20 out from the line on the attack again. Bulldogs. What did I say? 28-12, I think, was my predicted final score. It might go a little bit beyond that, the way the Bulldogs are playing. Burton to Tracy, cut out ball now. Shifts it on to the Fox. And the Fox scores. And that's a lock. That's lock number 2 on the Sports Vault multi. Oh, don't you dare send it up as no try. Don't you dare send this up as no try. I think he sent it up as a try. We've just got to check the feet. Check the feet. Fox. He's in. He's in. He's in. He plants it down and scores the Fox. Yes. That's 2 out of the 3. Bailey, ahoy there. How many cones can he punch while a scrum gets packed? 24 points to 6. The try is confirmed to make it 28. But of course, the most important thing is, again, a lock on the Sports Vault same game multi. We've got Karaz. We've now got the Fox. We just need a consolation try now for the Knights for Inari Tuala. And we're laughing all the way to the bank. Or all the way to the bottle shop, at least. Burton from the sideline. He's had a lot of practice from out here. It holds its line. He's kicking perfectly tonight, Matt Burton. 30 points to 6. 30 points to 6. Well, Quentin Paul says, try to the Fox. Yes, cash out for me. I'm not cashing out because I've got a bet return anyway. If one leg fails, I get a $10 bonus bet back from Sportsbet. Cash out at the moment is $17.85. Well, it's gone up to 21. Cash out is 21. I'm getting a bet return anyway, so who cares? I'm going to let it ride and hope in the next 20 minutes Tuala gets that try. Because if you've got the bet return, no need to cash out. Has this kick gone out on the full, or have the Bulldogs just gone goofed? Yeah, the Bulldogs have just gone goofed from the kickoff. Curran ran the ball over the dead ball line, but it's fallen now for the Bulldogs. Support from Josh Curran. He's got a lot to make up for, I suppose. And they have it back over halfway. Just nothing going right here for the Knights, and Curran's hurt. Josh Curran's hurt. Broken completely, by the way. Oh, he's up in back play. Maybe he got a little bit of a stinger, a little bit of cramp there, perhaps. Good to see him back on his feet. I thought he was done for. I really did. Zapang Suman, ahoy. Go, my powerful doggies. With you, all my team boys. And it's all right. Curran's up. Tackle 4 now for the Bulldogs. 19 minutes to go. Burton to Tracy. Inside to Crichton. Crichton dummies. Goes out the back. And Sam Hughes, who is now back on, takes tackle 5. 20 out from the line in midfield. Hutchison now over on the right. Puts it high. The kick chase is good. Pressure on the Knights. They lose it backwards over the dead ball line. It will be a goal line dropout. And more possession here for the Bulldogs. They just can't catch a break at the moment, the Knights. It's truly incredible. Peter says Dragons had 30-12, Doggies at 36. Hope we Doggies can have a cracker win. The Bulldogs do have possession from the restart. 15 out from the Knights line. Looking for more points. Five out from the line. Now on tackle 3. Options left to right. They're in midfield. Marnie goes left. There's Tracy in at first receiver to Burton. Kick out at the back, slips and is brought down. Sylvester Hamai says Bulldogs go 50 plus. Burton shuffles it onto Marnie in midfield. Now Hayward to Hutchinson. Tracy through the hands they go, and it opens up for Carraz. Steps back in field. He's caught 5th and last on that right-hand edge. 10 out from the line. Salmon in at dummy half. Marnie is in at first receiver. They fire it across to Hutchinson in midfield. To Burton. Out to kick out. Now the Fox is looking for a double. He dives for the corner, the Fox, and he has got himself 2 tries. Josh Adokar. Over he goes for a double, and the Bulldogs extend. 34 points to 6. Oh, his foot's touched the line. It's no try. His foot has touched the line this time. And this one's going to get scrubbed out. He's excited. We were all excited. But this one, I'm afraid, is going to get overturned. DJ Shack says Stephen Crichton looks to be limping. We'll keep an eye on that. But no try incoming here. The Foxy was so close. The left foot has touched the line, and the Knights have done well to hold on there. We've got 16 minutes. 16 minutes for Tuala to get across the try line. Can they make it happen? They've got to go the length of the field, essentially. Knights play the ball 10 out from their own line. They've got to get all the way up the other end. DJ Shack says, that's a shame for Addo That passage of play deserved a try. I think, too, I think as well, DJ Shack, the way the Bulldogs have played today, they deserve more points. Because they haven't really dropped off in the second half like they usually do. They've sort of kept it up a little bit. It was a shaky opening to the second stanza, but they've done well. And I think they did absolutely deserve more points there. The Bulldogs. Phoenix Crossland puts the kick up from halfway. Connor Tracy is taken in the air, and this will surely be a penalty to the Bulldogs. No! He must have timed it perfectly, Saifidi, I believe it was. And the Bulldogs now. It was a great take from Tracy. Now that's oh, his foot's maybe just hit the ground. It was touch and go, in fairness. Touch and go. Scrambled eggs, ahoy, mate. This BS. This BS, he says. As Salmon now takes the Bulldogs up just over their own 40-metre line. Hayward out the back to Hutchison. To Burton. Cut out pass to the Fox. There's space. He falls, though. It's the fifth and last. They're just inside Knights territory on this left-hand edge. Burton puts it high. It's a testing kick. There's no chase to speak of, though. Everyone is out on their feet. And Tyson Gamble takes it under no pressure at the back. A little bit uneventful in the end there. But it is the Bulldogs well on top. I should imagine that this was a little bit of a 50-50 game. So we were talking about 50-50 games this weekend and how it's really going to start separating some people in the Waste of Water Sports tipping contest. This was another one, and I'm glad that I'm on the winning end of it as Hastings now. The short pass to Pierce Paul, and the Knights are 30 out from the Bulldogs line. Just like that. Hastings puts it high. And it's taken by the Knights. It lost forward by Tyson Gamble. And that sums it up for the Knights, really. They really haven't had the ball fall their way. And a very despondent-looking coach's box. The Bulldogs start this set now, 20 out from their own line. You feel like they've done the job here with 13 and a half to go, but they want more. Oh, was that Sherry? Sherry needed to give it. Bronson Sherry needed to give that ball. Josh Adokar was away down the left-hand edge. All can be forgiven when they're this far on top, though. They go over to the opposite side. Karaz gets through. Links up with Crichton. Crichton's lost it. Good defense from the Knights. Too little, too late, though. We've got a captain's challenge for one reason or another. Bulldogs. Peter says Sherry seems like a bit of a ball hog. That's a few games now that he's failed to make a good pass to have given the Dogs some extra points. He's an interesting one, Bronson Sherry. Neil Clarkson says, will Knights call for Coach Axing? Well, that's funny because we were talking about that in the pre-game. it was a big topic of conversation in the pregame on Generations Vodcast, but I feel so because I do feel so because he was on the chopping block last year. He'll be on the chopping block again for sure. One game without Jack Cogger and they lose 30+6. Oh yeah, Jack Cogger's not playing. Tyson Gamble's come in to 5/8 in the number 20 jersey. I'm not sure if that's the reason why. I mean, Tyson Gamble would be in the team anyway, wouldn't he? You would expect. Interesting one, that. Ah! It is the Knights, though, with the ball. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort something out here. A 6 again. That's crucial. 30 out from the Bulldogs line on the attack. They go short side, the Knights. Hastings to Pierce Paul. Peter says, hey, Dan, has anybody ever said you look a bit like Jelly Roll? I think so, Peter, because I remember having no idea who that was. I get a few. I get, through the hands now, and it opens up for the Knights. They must score, surely. The Bulldogs have just swarmed in numbers. Kickow is there. Connor Tracy is there. The desperation in the defense is admirable. Amazing effort there. The Bulldogs' defense just swarmed in numbers. Kickow, Tracy. But it was all Viliami Kickow there. Desperation in defense. An amazing effort. But yeah, I get a few, Peter. I mean, I don't know who that is, so I can't comment on it. But when I had my short, spiky hair, I was always getting Kevin Owens. Now that I've got the long hair and I wear the vest, I get Elias. Every time I go out anywhere, there's always some completely wasted chick that's like, Jack Black, you remind me of Jack Black. Always. Everywhere we go. So, I get quite a few. I used to wear, back in my younger years, I used to wear a trench coat, so I'd always be like, Kevin Smith. But now Kevin Smith has just lost an incredibly unhealthy amount of weight, so we look nothing alike anymore. So yeah, I'll get quite a few. A bit of Ricky Stewart. Well, that's ridiculous. That's just insulting. Viliami Kickow throws the absolute worst forward pass you'll ever hope to see. And even he's having a laugh about it. The ball just slipped out of his hands there, Kickow. Blake Taft's on. And Hutchison's off. Here we go. 10 minutes. Ooh, geez, 10.5 minutes. What do we got? 4 tries. 4 converted tries needed. I'm very concerned about Blake Taft being out there. Crossland in at dummy half. Ten minutes left in this game. It feels like an eternity. Mr. Ed's Dead says, Jelly Roll, look up the song, Save Me or Need a Favor. Through the hands now, the Knights out to Tuala. Tuala's close. Hanari Tuala. That was our moment. The multi was on. For a second, the multi was on. And Tuala just gets brought down. I thought we were on there. Oh, and the other one I get sometimes is, the other one I get sometimes as well, James. Speaking of like really big guys, is Conrad Thompson, which I think is just the beard. Pretty much any like slightly bigger person with a beard, they're all gonna get called the same thing, aren't they? Just, you know, overweight with a beard, you just all get lumped together. Popping fresh. Oh, the offload to Kraz. Kraz is down the sideline. Back in field, and the Bulldogs keep it alive, and Stephen Crichton will score. Stephen Crichton scores the try. A breakaway for the Bulldogs. They can't take this one off them. 8 minutes to go, and the Bulldogs lead. 34-6, kick to come. Stephen Crichton started it with the offload. Blake Taft does well after I've just insulted him when he came onto the field. He's done well to get the offload back to Stephen Crichton. Try confirmed, and the Dogs have had a day out. 34-6 kick to come, and Newcastle, wow. 2024 has started much like 2023, hasn't it? Remember, the coach was in for a sacking last season. He'll be under the pump again this year, for sure. Matt Burton kicking a perfect 5 for 5 so far today. Can he keep that alive? Yes, he can. Right down the middle. And the Bulldogs lead 36 points to 6. Blake asks, what has happened to the Knights? The Knights were never very good to begin with, Blake, to be perfectly honest. And I know that that's an insulting thing to say, but I say it with the utmost respect. The Knights went on that run at the back end of last year on the back of about 10 home games in a row. I think it really gave a false picture of where they're at, that run that they went on last season. But anyway, short restart. The Knights have it. Can they take something away from this game? You know, like a Tuala try. That'd be nice. Inari Tuala lurking out there on the right-hand edge. And that's where they go. Hastings out the back. It goes to Campbell. Fires the cutout pass way over the head of everybody. 6 minutes to go. The Bulldogs are celebrating their defense. Kane Higgins, ahoy. You got your bet on this game. Fantastic. Always good to have a win. Five and a half minutes left. Bulldogs, what a performance. All round as well. That's what's so impressive about it, is it's all round. Stephen Crichton comes up with the spilt ball, and the Knights will have another shot. The Knights have come up with a mistake, but a penalty. Oh, did they come up with a mistake or did they kick it? Oh, they kicked it. Okay. I only just got back. Captain's challenge here for the Bulldogs. And the other one, Ellis, I'll tell you the other one that happened is when I abandoned the mohawk and I decided to grow my hair long, I went through, as you would expect, I kind of went through that sort of just mid-length hair range. See, at the moment, my hair, if I let it out, it's down past my shoulders. But at that point in time, it was just like, it would just have a little curl over the top of my bandana. I wasn't even wearing bandanas at that point. And somebody came into the chat room and was like, "Oi, are you Aaron Woods?" So there's another one that I get. Woodsy. Peter says, why am I not doing world's greatest shave? Because then I would have to shave my head, and I don't want to. I have no reason to. I abandoned the mohawk because my hairdresser retired. God damn her. How dare she, my hairstylist, decide to not work anymore. And I haven't found anybody new that I trust enough to do my hair the way I like it. So until such time, I'm leaving it long. But yeah, I've got no desire to do the world. Hey, look, I'll happily make a donation, but I'm all for donating to things that are good causes, but I'll donate and leave my hair intact. Thank you. There's a little bit of fire out here in this game now towards the back end. Same game multi, Cole Felt, Valentine Holmes, under 46, Cowboys race to 10 and Cowboys win. Get on it. Well, that's not going to win because the Cowboys aren't going to win, so you're going to lose that leg immediately. Cowboys race to 10, maybe. Sharks have a tendency to start well and finish bad when it comes to games against the Cowboys, so I'm not sure about that one either. Jamin Salmon's been placed on report, and the Knights with 3.5 minutes to go. Are we going to have a Justin Oller moment here with Anari Tuala? 3.5 minutes left. We just need Tuala in the multi, and it's fired up again. It's Reed Marnie. Of course, there's a Paraboy involved. Reed Marnie's getting in amongst it. Oh, he's got him in a headlock. A much, much bigger man that he's taken on here, Reed Marnie. He's trying to run away, but he's got him. Hetherington's got him covered. Collared, I mean. Just calling both of the captains out now to have a little bit of a chat. Calm things down, boys, or someone's going to go. And they're all like, there's 3 minutes left. Who gives a toss? There's 3 minutes left in the game. Who cares if somebody gets sent, really? He's still going, Reed Marnie. He's still having a chat. In all seriousness, though, the captain, Stephen Crichton, does need to get over there and have words with Reed Marnie. And see, that's poor captaincy from Stephen Crichton. I don't have a lot bad to say ever about Stephen Crichton, but Hetherington's gone for 10 in the bin. And he was letting him know about it But Crichton does need to have some words with Reed Marnie here and say, look, mate. And also, with 3 minutes to go, KO has completely Amber Hearded itself. So Hetherington's gone for 10. Marnie's gone for 10. So he got a little bit lippy for nothing there, Marnie. KO's just completely gone. Such horrible service. Honestly. What am I paying for? I mean, I'm paying to try and watch the games in real time. Whoops. And you call them out on it and they say, it must be your internet. They don't even look into it. It must be your internet. Yes, it's my $200 a month gigabit internet. Absolutely, that's the problem. Thank you, KO. Through the hands here, the Knights lose the ball and it sums up their day. The Bulldogs have it. I might have to, James. I might have to go back to the old faithful. The old faithful wall connection. I've still got my old Foxtel wall connection. I should just say, oi, reactivate that because your sports streaming service is abysmal. Give me the old satellite feed. Two minutes left in this game. Bulldogs. Burton chips out looking for Ahoy, who takes it but then spills it forward. The Knights are going to have one set of 6 here. Can they get Anadi Tuala over the line? Can it happen? WWE. And what are you, a salesperson for Foxtel? KO is exactly the same. It has all of that as well. Just it's just they haven't allowed enough server capacity for their streams. That's all. That's all they have to do is fork out. They have to fork out for more bandwidth to supply to their customers. But no, they turn around and say, it must be your fault, must be your internet. It can't be our problem. Pierce Paul gets the big arms free. Offloads to Bradman Best, who's going to score. No! That's not who we wanted. Bradman Best gets a consolation try for the Knights. We wanted it to go out the other side so that Tuala got it. Oh, well, consolation points here for the Knights. Pierce Paul got those big arms free. The offload around the corner to Bradman Best. That's a little something to end the game with, at least for Newcastle. Stanley Cup has started. Dan, are you into the NHL? I wouldn't say I'm into. I do bets on, but yeah, I mean, I don't go out of my way to watch it. AFBOCC. The Bulldogs had a poor tackling game. Jeez. Don't know about that. I mean, they only let 2 tries in. So they couldn't have been that bad. At least they kept playing till the end, says Mr. Ed's Dead. Back underway. 23 seconds to go. Can they get another? That'd be nice. The Knights attack down the right-hand edge and get another try. That'd be nice. Tuala. Let's make it happen. No, they've dropped the ball. They have dropped the ball, and that pretty much sums it up. The Knights drop it, and that'll be the ball game. The Bulldogs, 36 points to 10. Victors today, comprehensive as it gets. $36-12. Sorry. I robbed Newcastle of 2 points there. What a performance from the Bulldogs, though. Probably one of their best this season. Yes, it was only against the Knights. I understand that. It was only against the Knights, but still, what a performance. You can only play what's in front of you, and they played it extremely well, the Bulldogs. Great performance from them. 36 points to 12. We were talking about it in the Generations vodcast before the game. I couldn't understand how they weren't the favourites. Going into this game, the Knights had slight favouritism with the bookies. I just couldn't understand why at all. Because Bulldogs have not been going that badly, and the Knights have certainly not shown anything to suggest that they should be that far out in front in favouritism. That's for sure. All right, Western Motorsports. Bulldogs, big victors here. Sharks, Cowboys coming up next. And when I say next, I mean next. Like it's getting ready to kick off, isn't it? I got confused for a second there because it's still so early. Early starts for these games. Yes, right now we're getting ready for kickoff. So I'm going to set up the screens. This stream will stay active. And we'll be back. Sharks, Cowboys coming up right after this. All right, there we go. Wasted World of Sports. How's everybody doing? What a performance from the Bulldogs. I've switched over to the wines. Because it could be a good or a bad night based on this next result, because we all know this is my team, right? This is my team coming up. The Bulldogs. Very worthy winners there in that opening game. And the Sharks Cowboys. It's always a tough one for the Sharkies. The Cowboys responsible for dropping the Sharks out of the finals a couple of years back. The Bulldogs gave us a nice big victory in that game before. Let's have a good end to the round. It was a shocking start to the round with the tipping. Here's hoping for a good end of the round. All right, there we go. We are ready. Nice and early. All right, 4 minutes to go till kickoff. So I'll take this opportunity. A very special shout out to the Wasted Water Sports All-Stars. James there on top of the posts. Quentin Paul. Justo the orchestrator. The Knee Crumbler. Sports Vault AU. Rod. Richard J. Dustin Fisher. Who's Your Caddy? J. Joe. Casper Guri. Robert M. Gamer Mel. Mr. Ed's Dead. Vobsy. Dan Jam. Kelly. DJ Shack and D-Funk. Thank you very much for your ongoing support of the Wasted World of Sports. As I always say, not expected, but very much appreciated. Cheers. So yes, Sharks, Cowboys, the last game of the round. Let's see if Wasted World of Sports tipping contest is updated. I'm wondering if I've created some space here out on top. Because have I mentioned how I'm on top? I'm not sure if I've mentioned it or not. I might have. It might have come up every now and then about how I'm currently on top of the table. AFBOCC says Dustin is the fly half. Oh, they're in no particular order. If they were, I think we've got too many players on the field, to be honest. What have we got? 3, 5, 8, 9, 10. Oh, no, actually, we've got... okay, yeah. We might actually have a perfect number for a rugby team. James says if there was a throne on the field, I'd be in it. Or on it. Teams are out onto the field here. KO's playing up so badly tonight. Like, I can't keep doing this. So, I might have to go back to... James raises a very valid point. I might have to go back to Foxtel. The old tried and true method. KO has just been abysmal this past fortnight. It goes through spells, KO. It goes through periods where it's quite acceptable, but then you get moments like the past fortnight has just been atrocious. Just so poor. Like, I'm constantly, because of the way KO works, right? Now I'm not part of the KO team. So I don't really know how they have it set up. I'm just assuming. So basically, you've got your main Foxtel feed, and KO is just a subsidiary of Foxtel. So all they're doing is patching into that Foxtel feed, or sharing it, essentially, to the KO service, which is all online streaming. So what that does is, anyone on just straight Foxtel will always get it first. It then feeds out. So there will always be a little bit of delay to KO, 1 or 2 seconds. I mean, that is just the nature of data transfer. Nothing is ever instant. It'll be very, very close. Like, we're talking milliseconds. But then what happens is, as it gets served out to all the other places, all the other services, you start to lose a little bit more, depending on what server you're on. I'm obviously on a server that's having some issues at the moment. So anyway, that's just a little behind the scenes on how technology works, if anybody cared. And what's been happening the past couple of weeks is I've always been at least 10 seconds behind, and I have to get 13 seconds. I was right there at kickoff in this game. So as I now try to skip forward to the actual live feed, we've missed the first 10 seconds of the match. As the Sharks have it from the kickoff. Oh, did I? I did change the scoreboard over. Sweet. No, I've never actually been, James. No. I mean, I've lived in Queensland pretty much all my all my life that I remember. Essentially. Like, from when my memories start, I was already in Queensland. I just know from photos and everything that my parents tell me that I'm from New South Wales. I don't remember any of it. I was way too little. Hamish McKenzie. Ahoy. The return of Intoxigamer, a once-a-year ritual. The Sharks get through their first set. I missed most of it because of KO buffering. But the Cowboys have it now, up over halfway. A good set for them. They get through their first, fifth and last. The Chad puts it high into the sunlight. Moving forward and doing well is Will Kennedy. What a take. Great stuff from Will Kennedy. Mulatalo now takes a hit up. Sharks ball. They need to start strong and start early. The Sharks, I don't like them chasing. I like my Sharkies to be leading from the front. And stay that way. Hines now. Kennedy hasn't scored a try all season. Is that right? I would believe that. The kick down from the Sharks taken by Drinkwater at the back. They're there to grit him. He pushes the pass, Drinkwater. And there is Will Kennedy with his first try of the season. It's almost like James has just spoken it into being. I have just got through reading his chat in the chat room that Kennedy hasn't scored a try all season, and there he is, scoring the first one for the Sharks off the Scott Drinkwater mistake. He had absolutely no need to push this pass out, Drinkwater, other than to give Will Kennedy a try. He said, "There you go, mate." And Will Kennedy says, "Thank you very much, sir." Throws the dummy on Semi Valame, and the Sharks have started fast and furious. What was Scott Drinkwater doing there, by the way? What was going through his head? Did he think for a moment that he played for the Sharks? Will Kennedy's first try of the season. 5th try of his career against the Cowboys. We just need to watch the offsides here. Jesse Ramian. Oh, Jesse Ramian might get pinged here. This one hasn't been confirmed yet. Oh, yes, it has, because Nico Hines has taken the conversion. Sorry, I'm probably just a long way behind. Hines hooks this one around and through the posts, and the Sharks lead 6-0. Thank you, Scott Drinkwater. Cheers. What was he thinking? $6-0. What a start for the Sharkies. Let's see if the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest is updated yet with that previous game. Yes, I believe it has now. Bulldogs, Bulldogs, Bulldogs. He was offside by a step, and he got involved in the tackle as well. They got away with one there, the Sharkies. Big time. Who went for the Knights? J-Jo went for the Knights. Gamer Mel went for the Knights. Who else went for the Knights? Aussie Rob went for the Knights. I thought that would split a few people. Hines now back up over halfway. Links up with a runner off his shoulder. Nicker it was. 5th and last. Sharks again. inside the Cowboys half. Why not kick it straight back down to Drinkwater? Does he hold the ball this time, Drinkwater? Shrugs off one. Is taken high by Hazelton. The referee's got his whistle away tonight, it seems. Balame driven backwards in the two-man tackle. Kyle Felt with a very, very full-looking beard this week, Kyle Felt. Tackle 4 now, the Cowboys. 40 out from their own line. Quick play the ball. Dearden shows one way, goes the other, goes straight through Dearden. Where's the support? There was no support. Fifth and last, but that's a good burst. Good line break. The Chad from 20 out puts it high. Into the shadows, Kennedy takes it well. A great start to the game for Will Kennedy. Crushing defense there on Samuel Stone Street. Stone Street sounds like a bloody early 90s home and away type of thing. What was it called? E Street was one, wasn't it? E Street back in the day. Stone Street. Fifth and last for the Sharks, just outside the 40. Good set of 6 defensively by the Cowboys. Drinkwater will bring it back. And the Cowboys start this set 20 out from their own line, trailing by 6. Still very early in this game. Only 6 minutes gone. Sharks completing at 100% to start this match, which is unusual. Very unusual. Dearden has looked threatening. Gets it off to Valame. Yeah, wasn't E Street a TV show back in the day? Oh, they've got numbers to burn out to the right. The Cowboys, but the Sharks' defense slides across. And up goes Stone Street. Takes it high, and the Sharks get a penalty. Nico Hines deserves a roll on home and away. I could see that, actually. One of those Summer Bay boys. Surfing on in. I could picture that. The Sharks looking solid to start this match. It's really starting to bother me. I mean, I'm getting very concerned. Hazelton. Up towards halfway. Sharks ball. Tackle 2. Hines. Home and away Hines. Takes tackle 3. They're 40 out from the Cowboys line. McInnes to Hazelton. Looks for the offload. Goes to ground. Trindle down the left-hand side. Haven't seen much of Trindle so far. Links up with Wilton. 5th and last here, the Sharks. 25 out. Trindle puts it high into the corner. Kyle Felt's under it. Kyle Felt's been taken out here, and that'll be a knock-on from the Sharks. I also think Kyle Felt might have been justified in having a thing or two to say about that contest in the air. Oh, no, that's fair. That's all fair. Mulatalo was making a play at the ball. Cowboys have it. Kennedy almost got a double indeed. If Mulatalo successfully tapped that back, it was a double for Kennedy. And he would have been having a day out. Dearden down the short side. He's looked threatening. He's a big concern at the moment, Tom Dearden. He's looked very threatening every time he gets the ball. Cletus is picked up and dumped in midfield. What a hit. Cletus Cotter put on his back. 5th and last Cowboys just short of halfway. The kick is in. They've let it bounce here, the Sharks, and it bounces over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. 10 minutes gone. Sharks lead 6-0. 20-meter restart and 7-tackle set incoming. I am very, very, very concerned about how well the Sharks have started this game. You know, when you stretch an elastic band out, and you know, eventually, as you keep stretching that thing out, the snapback's about to come, and you're about to experience some pain. It's what it feels like at the moment, watching the Sharks play. As the offload back to Hines and Trindle, space down the left. Hero steps back in field. They're on the attack again, though, the Sharks. Inside the Cowboys 20. Hines now to Kafusi. Kafusi offloads back to Hines. Hines now puts the step on. Taken 5 meters out. 5th and last. Where's Trindle? He's the only kicking option now. Huge cutout pass to the left. Finds him. And another one almost puts Hero through a gap. But well defended by the Cowboys. Again, the defense holds firm out there. And it was Cletus and Kyle Felt. Well done, Cowboys. 6-0 it remains. Cowboys ball, 10 out from their own line. A long way to go upfield. Give it to Dearden. He'll make something happen. Balame puts the head down. Nowhere to go there, though. I mean, honestly, give it to Tom Dearden. He has looked threatening every time he touches the ball. Here he is, Dearden, down the short side. Cutout pass. Almost puts Valame through. What did I say? Every time Tom Dearden has the ball, it looks like something's about to happen for the Cows. And now he just dinks it in over the top. Dearden on the 5th and last. It sits up for Kennedy. Kennedy looks to push the pass. Common sense prevails and he holds on to it. Sharks start this set 25 out from their own line. I'm still just waiting for that band to snap back, that elastic band. Benny Fuaki is off for a HIA for the Cowboys. That's big. We'll keep an eye on that. Ramian gets the offload away. The Sharks are killing the Cowboys at the moment with offloads. And McInnes steals another 15 meters that they didn't deserve. Trindle to the line. Passes out to Hero. Hero beats one. Gets the arms free. Can't offload. Oh, they're just holding on here, the Cowboys. 5th and last. They're 10 out from the line again, the Sharks. Trindle puts the grubber kick in. The Chad secures it. The Cowboys hang on again. 5 out from their own line. The Sharks need some points. They've spent way too long down this end of the field with very little to show for it. They're going to need more. 100% they'll need more than this. Just nothing happening quickly for them at the moment. Fifth and last, the Chad puts the kick in. It's massive, the kick from the Chad. It's brilliant. He couldn't have kicked like that when he played for the Sharks, could he? And he chases his own kick, but now taken high and a penalty to the Sharks. The Chad did all the hard work and it was undone by one great big goof flying in over the top and taking the Sharks attacker high. Neil Clarkson, I'm pretty sure that Home and Away is still on TV. I know that E Street isn't. E Street only got 4 seasons. But I'm pretty sure Home and Away is still going. The kick into touch doesn't find a lot of territory. Sharks 30 out from their own line to start this set. Hines now just feeds it along the line. Nikra takes tackle 3. Quick play the ball. Brayley to Hines. Out the back to Kennedy. Kennedy beats 1. They're up over halfway. The Sharks 45 out. On tackle 4. McInnes in at first receiver. Takes the hit up. Hines out on the left. Puts it high into the corner. How's the chase? Oh, there's no chase. Felt's under this. Takes it with ease and surrenders in the tackle. And the Cowboys have the ball back. 10 out from their own line again, though. The Sharks are just keeping the Cowboys pinned down in this corner. I'm surprised they haven't really put it up on this right-hand edge again, where the mistake was made for the first try. They've never tried to go back to it. Big charge here from Drinkwater. 5th and last now, Cowboys. 40 out from their own line. Chad puts it high. Straight down the throat of the Sharks at the back there. Kennedy runs into a brick wall of Cowboys defenders. Sharks just caught running crossfield now. A waste of a tackle, that one, but they have brought it into midfield. 20 out from their own line here, the Sharks. Stone Street takes tackle 3. They stay on the short side. Ramian, though, steps back in to open side. Just looking for something here, the Sharks. Quick play the ball. Brayley to McInnes. And McInnes goes on a good run. 5th and last, just short of halfway. Trindle will put this into the corner again. Over the top of Felt. Felt, though, retreats. Takes it on the full. Fires it across into midfield for Drinkwater. And the Sharks are there to meet him. 20 out from the Cowboys line. "23 minutes to go in this first half. Sharks just slightly on top. Not enough reward at the moment for their domination of territory and possession, the Sharkies. They won't be necessarily happy with only a 6-point lead. As Chad from halfway on the 5th and last puts it high, Stone Street's under it. And this game is just sort of UFC, ahoy there, mate. How's Adelaide? Can I say hello, Evie? Evie Beeman. Sharks 40 out from their own line. Kennedy puts the step on. Looks for support. He's been taken high here. A shoulder to the face. This could be problem. No, we're not even going to look at it. It was high contact here from the Chad, but mitigating circumstances. Penalty to the Sharks, though. They find the touch finder. 30 out from the Cowboys line. Full set of 6 incoming. Still completing at 100% the Sharks, so you would expect that a mistake is imminent. Yeah, they are still completing at 100%, aren't they? Hines runs across the face of the defense, links up with Trindle, and there's the mistake. Although it's play on. Mulatalo retreats back and collects the ball. Sharks still have it. Hines to McInnes. Hazelton on the crash ball. Tackle 4 in front of the post here. 5 out. They go right-hand side. Hines with the cutout pass to Stone Street, who slips into the tackle of Valame. 5th and last here, the Sharks. Not really offering up much. Hines, flat pass to McInnes. McInnes back to Hines. Hines bobbles it. Gets the kick away. It sits up in the end goal, and the Cowboys have to make a play at it. It's a good result in the end. But again, most importantly, the Cowboys hold on. 6 points to 0. The defense from the Cowboys has been splendid. The Sharks are just running themselves into the ground here with very little to show for it. Short dropout taken by the Sharkies. Quarter of the way through this one. Trindle in at first receiver. Kafusi takes the hit up. Ten out from the line midfield. Brayley goes left to Hines. Crash ball for Teague Wilton. He's over the line, but he's on his back and they've held him up. Once again, great defense from the Cowboys. If defense wins matches and premierships, the Cowboys are setting themselves up for a good finish to this one. Kafusi. A couple left for the Sharks here in midfield. They go right. Brayley to Hines. Change of direction here for Hazelton. Puts the step on. 1, 2, 3 defenders he beats. And Hazelton will score. Finally, they crack the Cowboys open. And it is big Tommy Hazelton. 10 points to 0. Kick to come from beside the posts. What a try that was. And they're still completing very highly, the Sharks. I'm getting very concerned. Like I said, the rubber band effect. You're just waiting for that thing to snap. And a lot of pain to get piled on. I'm terrified at how well they're going at the moment, the Sharks. 10 points to 0. Kick to come. James, who tipped the Cowboys in the tipping? We won't know until after the game, James. Yeah, for some reason, the NRL have changed the way that works. It used to be in previous seasons that as soon as the game started, you could go in and you could see who tipped who. But now, for some reason, they've changed it, and we don't actually see that until way after the match has ended. DJ Shack says, I think the Sharks just need to get back to basics with their attack and do the hard work down the center and then go wide. I think they need to do more of what just happened, which was, funnily enough, DJ Shack, a big forward running straight through the middle, wasn't it? Hazelton, although he put on the fancy footwork there. 12 points to 0. Sharks leading the Cowboys. It's been a great start. All right, I'll have a quick break. Be right back. Big defense here from the Cowboys from the kickoff. They need the lift, and they're trying to do it through defense. Hazelton, the try scorer, wrapped up for tackle 4. Doing it hard, Yaka. This set of 6, though, the Sharks. Nikora takes tackle 5. They haven't even made it to the 40. Big kick needed here. Trindle from inside the 40. Down the middle of the field. Drinkwater to take this on the full. And that was a great set of 6 after points defensively for the Cowboys. Drinkwater now goes on a dart. Beats the first tackle. And on the back of that impressive set defensively, the Cowboys will start this. Tackle 2, 40 out from their own line in midfield. Belt chopped down by Hines. Just shy of the halfway line, bobbles the ball, nearly spills it. That's a good carry. Tackle 4. If the Cowboys strike back, this quickly and this easily, it'll be a big statement. Now, Drinkwater cutout pass, puts Felt into space. Kennedy gets across, misses him. Felt still going, now brought down. Fifth and last, 10 out from the Sharks line over on that right-hand side of the field. The Chad, cross-field kick in front of the post. Kennedy takes it. What a catch by Will Kennedy. He is having a blinder. Ming's pissed in the coach's box. He can't believe it. They've given away a 7-tackle set once more. They're just not getting it right here, the Cowboys. It's so good to see Ming back. I can't believe he ever shaved the beard off. Sharks up over halfway here. Rudolph draws in 2 defenders. Quick play the ball. And charging onto it now is Mulatalo. The Sharks are 30 out. They've gone on a charge here. They stay on the short side. Kennedy to Wilton. He's wrapped up and brought down. Fifth and last. 15 out from the line. Big open side to the right. That's where Trindle kicks. Looking for Ramian, who taps it back. It's play on here, and the Sharks must score. Stone Street in the corner. A fortunate tap back there for the Sharks. And Stone Street scores, and they lead 16-0. Kick to come. What is going on here? The Sharks are flying high. And the Cowboys just can't get themselves into this game. Jesse Ramian with the tap back straight into the arms. And the pass out wide to an unmarked Samuel Stone Street. Sharks in again, and look at that sea of blue jerseys in celebration. Try confirmed, 16. I believe he is on debut, DJ Shaq, because I've never heard of him or seen him before. So I think he is brand new there for the Sharkies. I'm assuming that Katoa is injured or suspended, and this is how he's got his start, because that's usually Sione Katoa's wing. Well, there we go. It is confirmed. Samuel Stone Street try on NRL debut. Katoa is suspended. Yeah, there you go. So Stone Street's been given his chance. And he has started well. He's been solid in defense, solid under the high ball. Or under the kick returns, rather. And now he's got a try to go with it. Nico Hines from the right-hand sideline, hooking it back brilliantly. They can do no wrong at the moment, the Sharks. The elastic band. We're just waiting for that snapback. They lead 18 points to 0. We're just waiting for it to all fall to pieces. XV replays, ahoy there. Finifuaki went off for a HIA, but he's passed now. He obviously copped a head clash somewhere. The James says his grandfather played for the Newtown Jets in the 40s. Jesus Christ. Well, there you go. Stone Street was like the biggest fan of the Sharks as a kid. He gets to live out his childhood dream. You love to see it. And the Sharks still completing at 100%. Incredible, really. Tackle 3 now, 30 out from their own line. Now, he's allowed to contribute. UFC says my grandfather played for the German army in the 40s. Won himself an Iron Cross. Fifth and last here, the Sharks. Hines puts it high into the corner. Drinkwater takes it on the full, but look where they've got him trapped again. The Cowboys, 10 meters out from their own line. Once more. looking up and seeing a long way to go upfield. "12 minutes until the halftime break. A halftime break that can't come soon enough for the Cowboys, I dare say." Dearden feeds it on. DJ Shack says the Sharks have been superb so far, but I still see you're a little nervous. Can I just get where your head is at, Dan? Well, was it the finals? Was it the knockout final a year or two ago? The Sharks were leading the Cowboys, raced out to an early lead, and the Cowboys ran them down, knocked them out in Golden Point. I think the Sharks were leading about 24-0 that day. And then the game just completely turned on its head. Mr. Ed's... Game Mel, ahoy there. Mr. Ed's Dead said, my grandfather was a transportation NCO for Patton Spearheads. I'm pretty sure that day DJ Shack gave the Cowboys the record for the biggest finals comeback. And a penalty. Is this the start of the turnaround? A penalty to the Cowboys. 10.5 to go till the break. An illegal steal. Chad finds touch on halfway. Is this the beginning of the turnaround? Can the Cowboys get themselves into it? Ten minutes to go till the break. Cowboys 40 out from Sharks line. Chad just shuffles it along to Finifuaki. Chad again in midfield. Through the hands they go. Now they've got numbers to the right. Intercepted by Mulatalo. And what a try-saving tackle by Drinkwater. Because Mulatalo was away if he doesn't grab him. Intercept by the Sharks. Back on the attack. And Drinkwater's nightmare of a day out continues. But he did well to cover up his mistake there. Just brings Mulatalo down by one boot. Try saver. Oh, that was close. Tackle 4 here, the Sharks, 20 out from the line. The grubber kick through from Brayley's going to sit up for Trindle, and Braden Trindle will score. James's multi is dead and buried. 22-0 to the Sharks. Kick to come. Eight and a half to go till the break. Great vision there from Brayley. Great execution. The perfect bounce for Braden Trindle. 22 points to 0, and this now has all the makings of that 2022 final. All the similarities are there. Eight minutes to go till halftime. The Cowboys continue to leak points. DJ Shack says, every time Trindle does something superb, you're probably thinking, why wasn't he given more playing time in early years? I used to say it all the time, because the first year of Wasted World of Sports, Matt Moylan was still around. Trindle was on the bench or down in New South Wales Cup, and I said it constantly. So yes, 100% right, DJ Shack. I was constantly saying, can we please just sod off Matt Moylan and have Trindle in the team? Finally, with Moylan out of the picture, he's getting his chance. 24 points to 0. Hines with another successful conversion. He's got his kicking boots on today. 7.5 minutes to go till the halftime break. Can the Sharks go on with it in the second half, though? That's important. I mean, they need to put in a big performance today, the Sharks, I reckon, and actually go on with it. Seven minutes to go. Oh, Paul Ming. Oh, Ming looks furious. This is how Ming became a supervillain in the first place, I dare say. Sofa's on. Hines runs across the face of the defence, links up with Ramian cutting back in field. I can see the Cowboys coming back. The Sharks have played a near perfect half. Drinkwater under the pump again from the high ball. They've completed the half at 100%. There is no way they keep completing at 100%. The Cowboys will get chances in the second half, for sure. Holmes is bent over backwards. Yep, same deal with Ero as well, DJ Shaq for sure. He spent all that time in reserve grade while the Sharks ridiculously persisted with Sofa. And he's finally got his chance to show what he's made of. Kennedy takes the high ball on the full. Runs it back, almost squeaks through. 25 out on the left-hand edge here, the Sharks. 5.5 to go till the break. Sofa's had a haircut. They missed a spot. Big defense in midfield. McInnes, is it? No, that's Williams. Up towards halfway. Brayley from dummy half. Spots some meters. Hines now links up with Sofa. Sofa's caught, fifth and last. 30 out from the Cowboys line now. Trindle will have a run to the line. Flat pass, slightly forward. Majorly forward. And a simple turnover there at the end. And there is the first error from the Sharks with 5 minutes to go till the break. Cletus, met by 3 Sharks defenders, put on his back. The Cowboys need some inspiration here. Find Dearden. Every time Dearden's touched the ball, something's looked threatening to happen. They ignore him on the short side. They go Chad on the open. Drinkwater now beats the first tackle. Gets it back to Neem. There is Dearden. With the pass along the back line, Holmes steps back in field. Beats Ramian. Dearden again. Tapped down for the Sharks. Lost forward. 6 more tackles. Here we go. Here's a chance for the Cowboys. Numbers out to the right. Nanai straightens. Is chopped down in a great tackle. They're 20 out from the line now. Cowboys, this is their chance. 4 minutes to go. A full set of 6, 10 meters out from the Sharks line. A golden opportunity here. Dearden. The flat pass to Neem. Couple of meters out. They need to get Dearden more involved. Things look like they're about to happen whenever Dearden touches it. Tackle 3. And there he is over on the right. Dearden in at first receiver. Well, that flat pass held onto it a little bit too long. And he gets sacked. The Chad to Neem. It seems like all they've got at the moment is the crash ball. 5th and last. Who's going to put the kick in? It's the Chad out on the left. Cut out pass to Val Holmes, who juggles and loses it. They won't even get to the kick. It's been a disgraceful first half from the Cowboys. The last 3 minutes here of the first half, and the Sharks will have it. They've had a monstrous first half effort here, the Sharkies. Very, very deserving of the 24 points lead. And mind you, if they win, they'll go back to the top of the table, won't they? Wow, 7 rounds in and the Sharks top of the table. Who'd have thought? Let me just confirm that, though, before I go announcing it too openly. And there they come up with another mistake. Yeah, they'll go to 12 points. They will, yeah. Sharks will go to the top of the table with a win here. And they've just fallen off here, the Sharks, towards the back end of this half. Another incomplete set. Back-to-back incomplete sets. And they've just invited the Cowboys in for one last chance here before the halftime break. One final opportunity before the halftime siren. A scrum down. Just over the halfway line. They go right, Drinkwater to Chester. Chester taken down on the right-hand edge, 40 out. Drinkwater in at first receiver. To Cletus. Cletus is dumped on his back. Flops around like a fish out of water, looking for a quick play of the ball. Dearden at the back to Drinkwater. Change of direction here for Finifawaki. A minute and a half to go. 20 out. Cowboys on the attack. Dearden to Cletus. Cletus looking for the offload. Can't get the arms free. Dearden in at first receiver again. Drinkwater to the line. Out the back to Holmes. Holmes dummies and goes on his own. Held the pass. Should have given it to Valame there. Fifth and last. Drinkwater. Crossfield kick. The Sharks come down with it. Braden Trindle takes the high ball down. And the Sharks will just see this into halftime, you would think. Both teams ready for a break, but for different reasons. They might get a couple more tackles here, the Cowboys. Hines is going to have a run here on tackle 4. He's met by Dearden and Holmes. Dumped on his back. Fifth and last. The kick from... they're going to run it here, the Sharks. Why? Set defensive line, I suppose. A turnover, 25 out from their own line, has basically just said to the Cowboys here, have a crack. They'll put it high, perhaps. No, through the hands they go. The Chad to Drinkwater. Numbers out to the right if they can get it free, and they do. Tapped down by Mulatalo in a try-saving effort, and that will be halftime. It seemed like a ridiculous option, though, to just hand the ball over 25 out from your own line and invite the opposition in for that one last crack at it. But I suppose defending it the way they did made a statement in itself, saying there is no way through for you here today. It's not happening. Our defense is on point. It makes very little sense, though. Wow, halftime. A solid first half performance by the Sharks. Near perfect in many ways. A few incomplete sets at the back end of that half, though, spoilt a lot of what they had built, but they managed to keep the Cowboys to donuts on the scoreboard, and that's important. $24 points to 0 at halftime, and here, Hetherington and Reed Marnie in that previous game have gone at it in the tunnels. Whoa, this is interesting. Hetherington and Marnie have gone at it again in the tunnels after they've both been marched for 10. And we will hear a little more about that. We might hear a little more about that. That's crazy, that is. All right, halftime here, 24 points to 0. The Sharkies. We've seen it before, though. We've seen them in this situation against this very team. So I'm going to have a quick break here, halftime. We'll be right back for all the second half action after this. Can the Sharks keep it up? The Cowboys... Whoops. Hey, too soon. The Cowboys just seem like a slightly different team this year, though, when comparing to the last game where this happened. 24-0 halftime. Be back after this. right. Wasted World of Sports, halftime here. 24 points to 0. The Sharks leading the Cowboys. The knee crumbler, Ahoy there. How are you doing today, mate? This is, of course, the last game of the round. The Sharks, with victory, will go to the top of the table, if you can believe that. But we have, coming up in round 8, Warriors Titans over at Go Media Stadium on Thursday. This is Anzac Day, by the way. Anzac Day this Thursday. Warriors Titans, Dragons, Roosters, Storm, Rabbitohs. Friday night footy, Sea Eagles versus the Eels. And then Saturday we've got Tigers, Broncos, Cowboys, Panthers. Sunday, Dolphins, Knights, Raiders, Sharks. But we've still got 40 minutes to go through this one. The Sharks leading the Cowboys 24 points to 0. The knee crumbler. You've only just come back from crying. It's all right, mate. It's all right. Wins happen, losses happen. I think the Warriors will be all right. I should imagine they rebound at home and put a score on the Titans next week. In quite similar fashion to what the Sharks are doing to the Cowboys at the moment. 24 points to 0 at halftime. But as I've said, we've seen this before from the Sharks. We've seen this before against the Cowboys from the Sharks. And the Cowboys managed to run them down and go to Golden Point and steal the victory, didn't they? So we're not getting too excited yet, Shark supporters. Nothing to get excited about yet. Nothing's been won. They've got to back it up with an equally impressive second half. Can they do it? We're about to find out. Kickoff happening in the second half, right around the corner. It's been a hell of a weekend, though, hasn't it? It's been a crazy weekend. In the footy, the NRL, thrown up a few surprises. Yeah, I was talking about it when it happened, James. Crazy stuff. Mr. Ed's Dead says post a link to the tipping. All right, hang on. That should be easy enough to get. He did too. Poor old Reed was like, "What the hell?" Oh, I mean, I'd be surprised too if I'm walking down the tunnel and there's that big lug standing down there waiting. They obviously didn't leave it out on the field, huh? Crazy stuff. I think we'll hear more about that. All right, there we go. Oh, that's the join link. All right, well. Okay, so the first one's the join link. The second one is when you've already joined and you just want to go back in. So there's two links there. The first one is the join code. The second one is you've already joined. You just want to go back into it. 24 points to 0 here. The Sharks are doing the job at the moment. Yeah, I think the unders might still be looking good. I should do a poll about membership price. I think it's fine the way it is, honestly, Knee Crumbler. I respect and value your input as much as everybody else, but honestly, I think it's fine the way it is. There's a just my pricing, Australian pricing. There's $1.50, there's $5, and there's a $15 tier. I think it's fine the way it is. I think it's perfectly fine the way it is, mate. If you want to, if you think it's too cheap and anyone thinks it's too cheap and would like to, put more in, the higher tiers are available. So maybe it's a case of the higher tiers are overpriced as opposed to the low tier is underpriced. Could that be a thing, Knee Crumbler? Maybe rather than that first option being undervalued, maybe the higher up ones are overvalued. Could that be the thing? Maybe I should lower the $5 and $15 tier, maybe down to something. I'll take a refund, says Dan Jam. That's right, Dan Jam's on the higher tier. All right, yeah, forget it. We can't change it anyway. We can't change it anyway. It's locked in until Dan Jam decides to no longer be part of that. But yeah, look, I think it's fine the way it is. There's higher tiers there for people who want to give more. There's higher level tiers available. So it's not like you have to go on the dollar one. There's other ones available. And of course there is t-shirts, Wasted Water Sports Understrength t-shirts. Wasted Water Sports, More Ass Than Class. Wasted Water Sports, Penalty Broncos. Wasted Water Sports, What a Goof. Wasted Water Sports, Take the 2 or Take the 3. Yeah, there's plenty of other stuff there. Very much appreciated too, Dan Jam. I'm going to have a cheers to that. To Dan Jam. Sharks back out for the second half. Ooh. Wow. That was so good, I might have another. Oh, yeah. Doing it American style. Straight from the bottle. Just like Queens of the Stone Age. Sharks back out for the second half. They'll have the kickoff. Can they keep it up for the second 40? They're sponsored by Pilot, so they should have no worries keeping it up. Or will they invite the Cowboys back into this contest? Cowboys with first use of it, and it is Peter Griffin-Neame from the back fence. James just wants to see me do more shots. Shots for super chats, and he just wants to see me do more shots. That's all it is. Cowboys start the second half slowly but surely. Dearden runs it to the line. Fifth and last, just shy of halfway. The Chad puts it high into the corner. The sun has gone from the ground completely here at Shark Park. Stone Street hit hard in a three-man tackle, driven backwards. Mulatalo back to do the hard yards. Lyrics, ahoy there, mate. Let's go Sharks. Rudolph feeds it on to Williams. Hines puts the kick in over the top. Mr. Ed's Ted says, get me drunk and start talking on how I could shave my head, which is not happening, by the way. That will not be happening. No matter how wasted World of Sports we get, there'll be no head shaving. "20 out from their own line here, the Cowboys. Belt is picked up and dumped backwards. Big defense from the Sharks. Sofa and Teague Wilton. I'm really hoping it doesn't pan out this way, but this could be just a meandering, nothing second half. I really hope not, though. Just because the Sharks, they might be happy and content with their 24-point leads. But I'm hoping they push on for more. Oh, shoulder charge there from Griffin Neame. Jonathan Manson says Sharks should try to win this for Nico Hines. If nothing else, don't fold like the Raiders used to do in the second half. I think it's really important for the Sharks season to, because a lot of questions will get asked about the justification for the Sharks being on top of the table. So I think it really is important for them to keep the performance up for the second half and really go on and put on a score here. Trindle runs it to the line, holds the pass up for Iro, and the Cowboys defense holds on, but look at where they're starting from. 2 meters out from their own line. And the Sharks have done extremely well at just making sure that the Cowboys are pinned down here, not giving them any space to move. A penalty here to the Cowboys, relieving one. Piggyback upfield. Just what the doctor ordered. Why is he screaming at me now? Why is he screaming at me in the chat room now? What have I missed this time? Cowboys up to halfway. Griffin Neame getting very heavily involved to start this second half. And he's lost the ball! Peter Griffin Neame with the knock on. The Sharks will have it back on halfway. They're contemplating captain's challenge. They go for captain's challenge. Cowboys have challenged it. It's a big one. Ming is ready to just tear strips off his team up there in the coach's box. Let's see. Sharks returning to their feet and the play the ball here. And he's just lost this. Griffin Neame has just lost it cold. And they're going to lose their challenge here, the Cowboys. Okay, it's a successful challenge. Well, they've got to give him something, I suppose. There was no ripping motion, which I thought was what you had to look for, but apparently that's only you pick and choose what you want to look for. Penalty to the Cowboys on halfway. Not even going to try and pretend to understand that one. 30 out from the Sharks line. Cowboys have a chance to attack here. Neame looks for the offload again. He's dumped on his back. Huge tackle there from Brayley and Rudolph. The Chad inside ball to Nanai. Tackle 3, Cowboys, 20 out, looking to spark something here. The Chad over to McIntyre in front of the posts. A couple left here for the Cows. Robson brings it open side, links up with Griffin Neem again. Okay, do they have anyone else to pass the ball to but Griffin Neem? He's the only one putting his hand up at the moment. Now Dearden, out to the left, Drinkwater to Holmes. Holmes is wrapped up, and they're all over that ball there, the Sharks. Ramian, Stone Street, Nikora, big defense. Refusing to have their defensive line broken tonight, the Sharks. You love to see it. I'd just like to acknowledge Griffin Neem for a moment, though. He's putting in a performance. I mean, that very bizarrely awarded penalty aside on the drop ball, he's getting involved in absolutely everything. Quick play of the ball here, the Sharks. 40 out from their own line. Williams takes it up over halfway, 5th and last. Good run there. Hines on the short side, puts it high, has the chase. It's going to land about 20 out from the line. It's lost by the Cowboys, and Trindle swoops on it and scores. Braden Trindle gets another, and the Sharks extend. 28-0, kick to come. Just what they needed. Starting to feel a little bit more comfortable now, DJ Shack. 28-0, kick to come. Oh, wow. Gone up as a try. They might have a closer look at it. But it seemed pretty clear cut. Braden Trindle, 4 tries for season 2024. He's right on the tail of Mulatalo. Nico Hines converting perfectly so far tonight. This is not a difficult kick, so you would expect that he would keep this streak going. Still not confirmed yet, this one. This try is still not confirmed. I think they're looking at maybe some contact from Nikora. Try confirm now. There we go. Finally. Jeez. It took an eternity, but they've finally confirmed it. And the Sharks lead 28-0. The kick to come from right beside the posts. That took a long, long time to confirm. Hines, just to the right of the post. Not a difficult kick, but also not a gimme. He puts it through, and the Sharks lead 30 points to 0. Things going very well today for the Sharkies. The only thing I can think of, James, that they would have been checking for is perhaps the challenge in the air from Nikora to make sure that he didn't just jump into Drinkwater and take him out. And second, did he get contact on it to knock it forward? I think there would have been a couple of things they were looking at there. But it all seemed pretty clear-cut to me. But, I mean, say what you will about that, I suppose, since I'm a Sharks supporter. But anyway, it's on the board. They got there eventually, and the Sharks lead 30-0, going back to the top of the table. Can't believe that those words are even coming out of my mouth. The Sharks, top of the table at the end of round 7. Crazy. Trendall from inside the 40. All he needs to cap off his night is a 40-20. But Valamea is back there and brings the ball back for the Cowboys. 20 out from their own line in midfield. It's been a long old afternoon for the Cowboys so far. And now Felt is picked up and driven backwards in a 3-man tackle. Chester finds some space. Beats one, but is brought down by Toby Rudolph. Drinkwater, dummies, goes up to halfway. Changes direction. Rudolph again. Heavily involved in this defensive set, Rudolph. Chad holds the pass up for Nanai. Nanai's picked up and keeps his feet. Well done there, Jeremiah Nanai. Fifth and last, 30 out from the line. Chad goes high. How's the kick chase? Stone Street reaches up, Bozzy Rule style, and takes the mark. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Oh, he's hurt himself, Stone Street. A little bit of a cramp, I think. Geez, players are cramping up a lot this season, I've noticed. Either I'm just noticing more, or a lot more cramps in season 2024 for whatever reason. Big run there from Ramian. Quick play, the ball to boot. Brayley from dummy half kicks it into the back of the head of Robson. And the Cowboys come away with it. Not a lot of distance there. The deflection off the head of Robson. And the Cowboys in good field position now. Tackle 2 on halfway. Just looking to get something happening here, the Cows. Anything. The Chad to Nanai. Nanai spills it. Oh, it's just not happening for the Cowboys today. Jeremiah Nanai, a simple mistake. A drop ball under no pressure. Oh, to have words with Ming right about now. What would be going through his head? This capitulation for the Cowboys. "28 minutes to go. Sharkies. They haven't again. Tackle 2 here. Up to halfway they go. Brayley to Williams. Rudolph puts the head down. Charges into contact. Hines out on the right. Off the shoulder is Hamlin Uele. Couple of tackles left here, the Sharks. 20 out. Brayley stays on the short side. Kennedy runs it to the line. Goes on his own. Fifth and last down on that right-hand edge. Hines puts the step on. Gets the offload back to Hamlin Uele. They'll just go to ground and accept this, the Sharks, I think. And again, some interesting fifth tackle options. Lucky for the Sharks, they're 30 points ahead tonight, so those fifth tackle options aren't really affecting them any. But they didn't even... Well, you might be in luck, James, because the Sharks didn't even try and score points there. They just surrendered in the tackle, said, you have the ball back. That's fine. So it could be up to the Cowboys to destroy this one for you. Well, they're not going to do it with plays like that, are they? Jordan McLean on tackle 2 drops the ball cold. What is going on with the Cowboys today? The most simple of dropped balls. I mean, I know that the Cowboys haven't really been living up to expectations, but I mean, that was dire. And Nanai's one before was horrible. And now the Sharks get the juggles. But Ramian manages to retrieve it before it hits the ground. Sharks ball, 20 out from the line. Nickera. Cowboys are playing worse than Para did, but Para has excuses. They're going pretty badly at the moment, aren't they? Hemlin ULA charges back infield towards the posts. A metre short. A couple of tackles left. Out the back to Trindle, to Hines. Hines with the double pump puts Mulatalo over in the corner. And Mulatalo runs around. They've let him run around behind. Oh my God, it gets even worse. They have let him run around under the post. Where was the Cowboys' defense? Nico Hines ripped them apart with the double pump pass, and now they've let him run around under the posts. They've just stood there and watched him run all the way around under the posts. That's really poor. I mean, that's next level poor. Where's the urgency? Yeah, they're getting absolutely decimated out there, but where's the urgency to... I mean, a gift 2 points now in front of the sticks for Nico Hines. I mean, that's really poor. Ming will be all over that in the post-game chat. They're done. I mean, that lack of urgency in of itself shows just how done the Cowboys are tonight. 34-0, kick to come. 24 minutes left. Cowboys, they've given up. Essentially is what's happened. They've given up. Proof was in that play there. A lot of hands on hips there from the Cowboys, as you would expect. Michelle, you love seeing North Queensland get hammered, eh? Hines converts, keeps his perfect record tonight alive. Home and away Hines. And the Sharks lead 36-0. I didn't realize that you hated them that much. Oi. There's still 23 minutes left in this one. The Sharks could be looking at 50. I feel like they need it. It is a statement game for the Sharks, if they go on with it. But I suppose most importantly for them, it's back to the top of the table. How did you know, James, that I was just on Uber Eats looking at that? I was wondering is it too early to order? I'm like, yeah, 23 minutes. It would arrive before the end of the game. Down the short side, the Sharks go again. Kennedy's wrapped up, fifth and last. 40 out from the line. Hines puts it high. How's the chase? Drinkwater under pressure at the back again. He gets up and goes again. Scotty Drinkwater. 10 metres out from their own line again, though, to start the set. The Cowboys. They've just been in this position constantly all night long. Chester gets the offload away. McIntyre, penalty. Oh, and it's a penalty to the Sharks. Just like blue undies I'm wearing. Close, I suppose. I mean, these could classify, I suppose, as a very dark shade of blue, I suppose. But they're black, but faded. if that makes sense. A little faded. So, yeah, you could probably, in certain light, probably looks very, very dark blue. Anyway, Hines to Hamlin ULA on the crash ball. Sharks looking for more points. Nikora almost reaches out and plants it down. Tackle 3. Brayley, dummies, surrenders. 4th tackle here, Sharks. 5 out from the line. Searching for more points. Hines slots into dummy half. Kennedy to first receiver. Steps back to the right-hand side. Surrenders. 10 out. 5th and last. Hines puts the grubber kick in. Played out by the Cowboys. Drinkwater does extremely well to dive on that loose ball. Putting his body on the line. Great effort from Drinkwater. But the Sharks are up in their face again defensively. They're not slowing down here, the Sharks, which, as I said, it's very important, crucial that they put in this kind of performance. Don't slow down. Am I saying faded black people are avatars? No, much. Don't. Let's not even start. A much darker shade of blue is what I'm saying. It would have to be. Kick from inside the 40 here from the Cowboys. Kennedy lets it bounce. It sits up for Mulatalo. Mulatalo tries to get away from Chester. Can't do it. Hero runs across field, links up with Stone Street. Stone Street's caught high there from Dearden. Not high enough to warrant a penalty. 20 minutes to go, still in this contest. Ramian takes it outside the 40. 5th and last now, Sharks. Just shy of halfway. That was a better defensive set from the Cowboys. Trindle will put it high into the corner. They've just been doing this all night long. Drinkwater, don't you dare say that's what she said, James. Chester, out on the right, steps back in field, beats the tackle. Kyle Felt gets involved with a hit up. Cheeky bugger. Townsend. Oh, geez, I called him Townsend. I usually just call him the Chad. Cut out pass, and now Holmes to Valame. Some space for the Cowboys' backs at last. But the Sharks shut it down. They're on the attack, though. The Chad to Drinkwater. Inside ball to Nanai. Chad puts the chip in over the top. Mulatalo reaches back, takes it, runs it over the dead ball line. Goal line dropout incoming. The Cowboys have it from the short restart. Dearden runs across the face of the defence. He gets collared, keeps going. Great effort from Dearden. He's probably been the standout performer, I would say, for the Cowboys today. McLean tackled 5 out from the line. Can the Cowboys break the duck? The Chad to Drinkwater. Good shape here to the right. Cut out pass across to Felt. Felt's wrapped up and brought down. Great defense there from the Sharks again. Drinkwater In midfield to Cletus. Back to the Chad. Chad puts the kick through. This one sits up for Val Holmes, and Val Holmes scores. Not a lot of celebration out there for the Cowboys, though, but they've finally broken the Sharks' defense apart. $36 points to 4. The kick to come. There's still 16 minutes 40 to go. Is the comeback on? Is the comeback on here for the Cowboys? I mean, honestly, a couple of back-to-back tries with the Sharks' history will create some squeaky bums. Yes, Cletus. Oh, sorry, yeah. Reuben Cotter, I call him Cletus because he looks like Cletus from The Simpsons. So, yes, he is back on. He was just involved in that play, actually. Cotter was the one that got the offload away that led to the kick through. And Holmes with the try. Now the conversion. 36 points to 6. They've broken the duck egg. The Cowboys are on the board. What was your unders again, James? 46 and a half? 46 and a half? I think it was. Yeah, 46 and a half. Yeah, well, it's still on. One more try, one more converted try. Do it. Sharks get us back underway. 36 points to 6. Big defense there from the restart. More big defense. 3-man tackles for the Sharks, driving the Cowboys backwards. Tamalolo out the back to Dearden. Drinkwater. Cut out pass puts Valame into space. Here they come again. Holmes on the inside ball. 35 out from the Sharks line. This has been a good set after points. Terrible service there. Cletus picks it up in midfield. Out to the Chad on the right-hand side. Nanai steps back infield. Caught by Williams and Trindle, 5th and last. They get a 6 again, and the Chad spills it, but they had the set restart that... Oh, wow. They had the set restart, and the Chad knocks it on play 1. That's pretty painful. James says, watch one unconverted try and then the Sharks will kick a field goal. The Sharks do stuff like that as well. So Nico Hines loves his field goal practice when the game's already won. Scrum down for the Sharks. They go right. Ramian tries to put the fend on. It was for the benefit of everyone else, James. Whenever I say something that is incredibly obvious to you, I'm saying it for the benefit of everyone else who might not understand. God, you're like Michelle in that respect. How's that for... Just like, yes, I get it. I'm saying it for the benefit of everyone else. Hines down the short side, puts it high. Drinkwater loses it out the back, but this is a penalty. A challenge in the air. And for the Sharkies, they've just gone off the boil a little bit here. I mean, they would feel like they've got the game won, of course, but this is not really what we want to see. We want to see them go in for the kill. Well, that's what I want to see anyway. Sharkies go in for the kill. Like, really put this game to bed. Cowboys back on the attack, up over halfway. 40 out from the Sharkies line. Drink water. Tackle 4. Cletus in at first receiver to McLean. Dearden now almost breaks away from the tackle of Hines. He's looked very solid tonight, Dearden. Fifth and last. Robson goes from dummy half. Looks to keep the ball alive. Brayley taps it down. It's called a knock on against the Sharks. More pressure. More points potentially here for the Cowboys. Not what James wants to see at all. A full set of 6, 20 out from the Sharks line. Big chance here for more points. Scrum down. They go right to Dearden. Takes it into contact on his own there, Dearden. 10 out from the line. 11 minutes left. Plenty of time for both teams. Talmalolo takes tackle 2. Just in front of the post. McLean tries to get the arms free. Wrapped up by Kennedy and Nickera. They stay on the short side. They spill the ball. Another mistake on the attack from the Cowboys. 10.5 minutes left. Sharks have it 10 out from their own line. 0 tackle. Their defense, well, I was going to say their defense holds firm, but, I mean, they weren't exactly under any pressure there, were they? Ten minutes left, James. 10 minutes left. Slow going here for the Sharks. You do get the feeling for the Sharkies, at least, the cue has gone in the rack. Hines down the short side, cut out pass to Eero, steps back in field. Fifth and last, just over the halfway line. Trindle puts it high. It's a massive kick. It's a Burton special. The Cowboys want nothing to do with it. It could bounce anywhere. Talakai pops it out. It's still alive for the Sharks here. Brayley toes it ahead. And Drinkwater's there and he slides into touch. It says knock on, the referee. Wow. Can they challenge this? Do they have challenges left? The Sharks, I don't think there was a knock on there anywhere. J-Joe, ahoy mate. Kick chasers cleared as onside. Everyone lets it bounce. Talakai here taps it back. That's backwards. Mulatalo throws it backwards. Hines taps it backwards. It's this play here from Brayley. Is it his fingertips or is it his legs? It's his fingertips, and that's a knock-on. Unsuccessful challenge there for the Sharks. It was a worthwhile challenge at this stage in the game, though, in fairness. May as well. 9.5 minutes to go, leading by 30. 6 more for the Cowboys. Here they go, marching upfield. Yeah, not so bad at all. DJ Shaq may as well have a crack. I mean, it could have gone either way, really. Dearden now bursts through. Oh, he's had a solid game. Tom Dearden gets the ball free. Nanai, dummies, steps back in field. They're 20 out. The Cowboys have been on top to end this game. They've been spanked on the scoreboard and smashed overall, but the Sharks have dropped off and just allowed the Cowboys some a little bit of authority at the back end of the contest. Taumalolo offloads to McLean. Tackle 3 here. Drinkwater runs to the line. Links up with Nanai. Probably no post-game tonight, DJ Shaq. I'm exhausted. I am absolutely gone skis. Dearden holds the pass up. 5th and last. They're a metre out here, the Cowboys. Townsend, slightly off the side of the boot. Jeremiah Nanai's over the line, but he spills it. Is this a penalty try? Oh, no. We could have a penalty try here, and it's blown up. Nanai was over the line. He was caught high in contact by one of the Sharks, which has spilt the ball free. This could be penalty try territory, and that'd do you right in. James, that'd do you right in, mate. This could be penalty try. Malcolm, ahoy, mate. Well, I think the first penalty could be for an escort against the Sharks, but Nanai has jumped up and claimed the ball. Nanai's taken the ball. He's over the line. Mulatalo. Wow, Mulatalo's just put on a good hit. I've got to say, seeing it live, I thought it was high as well. No try. I've got to say, seeing it live, I thought there was a little bit of trouble there. But no, seeing it on the slow motion replay, that's just a good, solid hit. And a try saver from Ronaldo Mulatalo. That is not just a try saver, that is potentially a bet saver. What an effort from Mulatalo. 36 points to 6 it remains. Wow, that's huge. That is. That is brilliant. Jonathan Manson says, Sharkies another 6. Let's see, 7.5 minutes to go. McInnes puts the step on. Fifth and last. Oh, no, play on. The offload away. Hines now spots half a gap. Looking to link up with Trindle. It's been touched by the Cowboys. 6 more. Kennedy steps back in field. Uh-oh. 0 tackle. Full set of 6. 10 out from the Cowboys line. Here come the Sharkies. They want more points. Brayley to McInnes. McInnes swivels. So close to the line there. Centimetres short. Crash ball for Hamlin Uele. A little bit too flat-footed to start with there. Tackle 3. They stay on this shorthand side. Trindle to Kennedy to Mulatalo. Scores in the corner. Mulatalo with the try. The Sharks go to 40. This is a huge kick. 40 points to 6. Wait, 46.5 or 45.5? What was it? Try time, Mulatalo. $46.5 is overs. Well, we are at 46. This is now a crucial conversion in the context of James's bet. Oh, has it been confirmed yet? Yes, it has. It's now just been confirmed. Oh, the James. I'm telling you, field goal will do me. Well, let's see. Nico Hines has kicked perfectly so far. He's right on the sideline, on the favoured side for a right-footed kicker. Oh, this is a big kick. He moves in right on the sideline. He strikes it. It's hooking. It's hooking. It holds its line just enough, and it's over. 42 points to 6. Nico Hines has had the kicking boots on today. 42 points to 6. I've just turned the game off accidentally. Hang on, let's get that back on. 4.5 minutes remaining. What a night it's been for the Sharks. Top of the table. Holy hell. Back underway. Trindle takes the kickoff. And from the back fence. Buffering. KO, KO, KO. Jeez. From the back fence. Hines now. Down the right-hand side. Can they get more points now? The Sharks. Fifth and last. 40 out from the Cowboys line. Trindle goes high. Chasing through. Pressure on Valame. And Valame bulldozed by a big sofa Talakai. DJ Shack says Cowboys have only won 6 from 17 away from home in 2023 and 2024. That's crazy. That is a crazy stat. Hometown bullies the Cowboys are turning into, huh? Change of direction here as Nanai takes tackle 5. 40 out from their own line, the Cowboys. 3 minutes left. Drinkwater from inside the 40, goes straight down the middle of the field. Kennedy takes it on the full. He's got Stone Street back with him to take the hit up. 2 minutes 50 left. Ellis Williams just came back, and that is my reaction up there. I've got to say, I thought the Sharks would win. I tipped the Sharks, but I really thought it would be a lot closer. The Cowboys are usually a little bit of a banana peel game for the Sharks. quite often they trip up against the Cowboys. Hines is going to put the kick in now for Stone Street. It sits up, but it's play on at the moment. It sits up for Ramian. There's a lot to look at, though. Jesse Ramian is celebrating, but be careful, mate. You might look foolish if this isn't given. It'll go up as no try, I would dare say. I guess it goes up as no try. A lot to look at in that sequence. Off the hand of Stone Street. And there you go. See, Jesse Ramian, you act like a fool. There's only one way that it can end. You look foolish. I have no sympathy for him for that one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with celebrating a try if you know for certain it's been scored. But when it was pretty clear to everybody that there was a lot to look at there. So maybe don't carry on like a goof. Just maybe. $42 points to 6. Double knock on is the call. No, not yet. I've been trying to find something suitable for me. I'm liking the look of this place. This one's looking good. So I'll probably just wait the 2 minutes now so that I can give it full concentration. Hines on the inside ball to Teague Wilton. It'll just be a perfect end to the weekend, quite honestly. I've got some work to do tonight as well, so yeah, it'll be a nice end to the weekend. Kafusi on the crash ball. More points incoming perhaps for the Sharks. 1.5 minutes left. Brayley out to Trindle. Trindle to Hines. Hines spills it. Walnut Hills, ahoy! One minute left. Cowboys will have it. 42 points to 6. Don't think anybody truly saw this coming. Sharks to the top of the table. On for and against there with Melbourne. The Cowboys down to 8th. Behind the Green Goblins. Ricky's Green Goblins get a reprieve for at least one more week. $34 seconds left. McLean dummies goes up over halfway. Dearden on the short side, flat pass. Through the hands now, and a loose pass. Oh, well, that's the story of the night there for the Cowboys. The pass over the sideline. And that will be full time here. 42 points to 6. A very important performance from the Sharks. Once they got on top by that much so early, they needed to go on with it. Very nice win there for the Sharkies. Top of the table. Wow. I cannot believe my team, temporarily at least, on top of the table. All right, Waste of Water Sports, thank you so much for your company over this weekend. Very much appreciated as always. Don't forget, Thursday is Anzac Day. 3 big games. We're used to just the one Thursday night game, but we've got games all day Thursday. coming up for the public holiday there, Anzac Day public holiday. Warriors, Titans, Dragons, Roosters, Storm, Rabbitohs. 2 p.m., 4 p.m., and 7:50 p.m. All right. My voice is absolutely shot to pieces. Been a big weekend of footy action. Thank you so much. Hang on. Maybe all I need is just a little bit of a top-up. Yeah, that is a lot better already. All right. Wasted World of Sports. I'll catch you Thursday. Thank you so much. Until then, cheers.